I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
It's the first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence until as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Hello, audio check. Wonderful. So good morning to one and all. Thank you so much for being over here. Welcome to the first edition of the Pitch BFSI Marketing Summit, BFSI Marketing Today and Beyond. The theme of the conference is BFSI Marketing Today and Beyond. Digital infrastructure has become indispensable for the functioning of all the BFSI industry as it continues to drive reinvention and innovation. Although emerging technologies are propelling digitization of the BFSI sector, marketing and advertising went through revolutionary change with AI, MI, and data-driven marketing. These new age marketing techniques enable personalized communications, boosting sales through cross-selling, upselling, and reselling alongside enhanced customer service. Well, as per records of Dentsu E4M Advertising Report 2023, advertising spends on digital media has seen a growth of a magnanimous 39.5% over 2021 and is expected to reach a spending share of 40% in 2023. This growth can be attributed to the constant improvements in the digital infrastructure, which has been responsible for bringing this technology to the masses. Ladies and gentlemen, our hashtag for the day is hashtag Pitch BFSI Marketing, so keep tweeting and sharing insights with the industry in large. Before we start the day, let's say a big thank you to all our partners for the event. Presenting partner Dangle Ads, global leader in performance marketing, powered by Lakshya Media Group, building brands, creating impact. Disney Star, India's #1 storyteller and the country's leading media and entertainment company with over 700 million viewers on its TV network, and of course, the largest OTT platform, Disney Plus Hotstar. Growth partner, Mob Avenue, your growth partner. Let's take a look at the partner AVs for the day. Can we please have the partner AVs?
I'm feeling good. The sun is shining. I knew it would. The world's a playground. I'm in the clouds. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Just check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out.
All right, some lovely presentations indeed. Can we please have loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, my friends at the console, for playing this. We now look forward to a really interesting, insightful day filled with interesting debates, discussions, panel insights, a lot of interesting stuff. Can I please have the privilege of calling on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder E4M, for the welcome address to share his insights for today. Can we please have loud cheers for Dr. Batra, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome, sir.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here at the Exchange for Media Pitch BFSI Marketing Summit and Award. It's my special pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker, a tall business leader and entrepreneur, and a very compassionate individual and leader, Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, who's the MD and CEO of IDFC First Bank, and in a very short span of 4.5 years, he's built his bank to a level where he's on his way to build a truly world-class bank, as he keeps saying. Please give Mr. Vaidyanathan a big round of applause. I'm primarily here at this event for him because I live in Delhi and I'd like to be at all E4M events, but I'm not able to be at. I want to keep it short. I want to keep to his time, 11:20 he has to speak. I just want to say that as I was preparing for today's session with him and what I'd say in the morning, I thought of two things. One, today is the World Mental Health Day. Uh, and I think to achieve anything in life, having a cheerful disposition and being at peace with your thoughts and accepting life and world as it is key. India is a very large country, 1.45 billion people. It is also the most depressed country, sorry I have to say, because we are a large number, so numbers would be. So I just want to say that I was with a very important political leader who is the governor of a state and he's a friend of mine, and I was with him on Sunday and he said something to me which over the last 9 days has been resonating with me, and he said he met Morari Bapu sir. And I'd say it in Hindi because that's how it carries impact. And he said, if you were talking about Hindu Dharma and Sanatan and, the ethos of India. And he said, Morari Bapu said to me that his guiding motto in life is कि हम यहाँ स्वीकारने आए हैं, सुधारने नहीं आए हैं. He said, accept things as you are, and once you accept them, you will be mentally at peace. It sounds very simple. Second thing I wanted to talk to you about was the fact that India is growing. We know from all statistics that India is the fastest growing economy in the world. And the digital economy is also growing. The digital public infrastructure that has been built in the last 8-10 years has really seen that the bottom of the pyramid gets integrated into the digital economy. With the integration of the bottom of the pyramid in the digital economy, the BFSI segment is growing. In future, there would be no distinction between what is a bank, what we've known traditionally as a bank, what is a financial services organization, and what are neo banks or fintechs as we call them. I think in future all these lines will blur. Just to give you a data point, Mr. Vedyanathan, in every speech he does, his theme is how India's retail penetration is still very low, and as it grows, which it is growing, the financial services will grow. My friend Mr. Kakkad is there. I called him last night for data, and I'm going to use the data that you shared with me. The money in FDs and savings and current accounts in India is currently rupees 181 trillion. And India's total GDP in 21-22 was 234 trillion. So out of the 234 trillion, Mr. Vedyanathan, 181 trillion is locked in savings and current accounts, FDs. So really, India is so there is a segue for life insurance and mutual fund companies to kind of dip into that. So I think also, if you look at state-wise bank deposits, there are certain states that do much better than others. I also want to say that traditionally, we've all grown up thinking that real estate gives fantastic returns. But data shows us that equity is by far the best return on investment. Even gold has given better returns than real estate. It's data, right? So I just want to say that from a banking BFSI standpoint, I think the next decade would be a huge decade. And also a study conducted in Canada by CIRANO, a network of researchers on the value of long-term financial advice, revealed that investors who engage with a financial advisor or any form of advice for 4 to 6 years reported almost a 60% increase on their wealth over and above unadvised investors. So the BFSI segment, again, I don't want to go into the equity markets, we'll stick to BFSI. But today there are financial influencers who don't have SEBI license, who are in some way moving the market. So be careful about that. Use advisors that are bona fide and who have high integrity. I just want to say that this is an Exchange for Media BFSI Summit. Mr. Vedyanathan was asking me what is the forum. So I told him in Exchange for Media, while for the last 23 years we've been reporting on marketing, advertising, media, communication, we are now segmenting, sub-segmenting And that's why BFSI, which is such a big segment of business, is growing. We're also lucky to have Mr. Vaidyanathan speak to us because in a very short span of time, he's built a bank with very solid fundamentals. And I don't invest in stock market, but my wife does. A year back, I called her because I met some people, not Mr. Vaidyanathan, in Bombay, and they said, buy IDFC Bank, and whatever little I know of the bank, and I know of Mr. Vaidyanathan, because a leader does have a huge role to play in the organization, especially in a sensitive and a very important sector like banking, where you're dealing with other people's money. So I just want to say that we look forward to a day of deliberations. In the evening, we also have the first edition of the E4M BFSI Marketing Awards. The awards were decided by a jury. I want to end by saying the two things are very important. I came last night because I wanted to catch up on my sleep. And I got a little delayed in between a call. A friend's mother was scammed of some money. She ended up depositing 45 lakhs in phishing account. And I called Mr. Kakkar to find out more information on that and how we can help her. But I want to say that the most important pillar for mental health is good quality sleep. If you sleep well, you'll eat well, you'll think well, you'll be kinder to yourself and you'll be kinder to others. So whatever you do, I know you're pursuing your dreams, you're pursuing your passion. Sleep for 8-9 hours. I think you'll do well in every part of your life. I think I read this book many, many years back by Matthew Walker called Why We Sleep. And I read it about 10 days back again. I can tell you, while food, nutrition, and movement, which is exercise, are very integral to heart and to the health of the body, the most important fundamental pillar is sleep. So don't compromise on your sleep. You will be kinder to yourself and to everyone while you pursue your dreams. All the best, and we look forward to a day of engaging conversations on the BFSI sector and the trends in marketing and communication in the BFSI marketing domain. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for starting the day on a wonderful note. I'll request the team over here to kindly set up the first fireside chat panel over here. Can we please have the chairs and the panel set up? In the meanwhile, I'll introduce our guest, the very special Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, MD and CEO, IDFC Bank. We will be having a really interesting, long, insightful television conference with both of them. Just to brief you a little bit about Mr. Vaidyanathan, he's worked with Citibank for a decade. He set up retail banking at ICICI Bank and was appointed to the board in 2006 at the age of just 38. And in 2009, he became the MD and CEO of ICICI Prudential Life Insurance. Can we please welcome Dr. Batra and Mr. Vaidyanathan on stage for the first fireside chat of the day? Can we please have loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Morning. Please give Mr. Vaidyanathan a bigger round of applause. Time is the biggest thing you can give to anyone in your attention, and he's always kind with us, and he's very particular. He asked me, and I did reply to him. I called Michelle, and I got the data. Mr. Vaidyanathan, you're a marathoner. Is building a bank in some way being in a marathon? You have to think long term, but you have to make short spurts of growth or speed in the short term.
It's a very good question to start the discussion. Yes, it is true. We have to think that you're building a bank in eternity, not even marathon. You think in eternity. And when you think in terms of building a bank into eternity, then you have to build a very, very strong foundation. So at least in our bank for the last 4-5 years, and even prior to the merger, that IDFC Bank, when it was standalone bank also, and certainly for the last 4 years, we've been thinking of building a good foundation.
Absolutely. Now, India is growing, the economy is growing, the retail penetration is growing, which you keep talking about. The digital infrastructure to be able to take that retail growth is there. Uh, every segment of the ecosystem has become comfortable with digital payments. Uh, what do you think is driving the growth of this sector of the banking financial service sector?
Uh, if you notice, for the last, India got independence in 1947, and until let me say 8 or 10 years ago, like 400 to 400, 500 million people in the country did not even have a bank account. Forget getting a loan or insurance or mutual fund; all that is far away. They don't have a bank account. So if you think about like that, you really think that look here, when India lived in, you know 800 AD or 1000 AD, that time also people did not have bank accounts. Until 10 years ago, people didn't have bank accounts, which means India lived like how they lived maybe 1,000 years ago. That's bad. But in the last 10 years, magic has happened because not only people got bank account, which is well talked about already, but the ecosystem around banking in the country itself has come about, not just the bank account, because now the identity has come, bureau has come, the the whole telecom network has come. So all of these make a pretty terrific combination.
So you're saying that from the rising aspirations, the digital infrastructure, growing income class, and the savings culture that we have are leading to growth.
I say that India has fast forwarded a lot. I hope every one of you are experiencing it and therefore you can understand what I'm saying. In the last 8 or 10 years, India has fast forwarded like crazy. That's why I'm saying that India lived in, at least one part of India, maybe 30, 40% of India, lived in medieval age until now. Suddenly everybody is, so I can't say India has done a massive amount of financial inclusion yet and achieved the objectives, etc., etc. But at least last 8 or 10 years, opening 400 million accounts and telecom lines, and I think massive things have happened. The biggest thing that has happened, according to me, is identity. People did not have an identity. Now they have an identity, and that's a big deal.
Fantastic. While the growth of economy leads to growth of this, how does financialization impact the economy?
See let's give you something. See the big thing is about as all of you are experiencing here, certainly the amount of parallel economy people are carrying in the pockets obviously has now moved digital. Earlier, if you're paying a salon or a restaurant, etc., or a pav bhaji or a newspaper, you were paying either through cash because credit cards have the minimum ticket size and all that stuff. Now you're paying through UPI. So you know that digitization has happened. We're experiencing it. The big thing about financialization is that when something is in a financialized form, it can really add value. For example, if you're holding physical gold, what value it added? Nothing, no. Suppose you're holding silver right now, or you're holding gold. You made an investment gold, it's lying there. You can keep it for 20 years. It may appreciate, that's all right, but it is not creating anything. But if the same money in the form of money, and money is in the bank account, and you invested that in equity, the same money is going to help you maybe make a cement plant or a steel plant, or you'll produce goods and services. The goods and services will meet. Gold did nothing, lying there. So the point I'm trying to say is that when money moves from physical world to the a financialized world, it creates certain economic activity which the physical world did not create.
Fantastic. Now let's come to two other things that you've championed within your bank. One is because it's a brand building forum. In a small span of 4.5 years back, in a very competitive landscape where you're dealing with the giants like HDFC, ICICI, and other emerging banks, uh, you built a brand in a very short span of time. And like in the news business or in the media business, your brand is your content. Uh, Similar in the banking business, your brand is what you do. And two things stand out. One is the customer service, and second is the fact that you were polished fees. There was service fee on every deposit. And I remember you were at a conference and you asked somebody, a girl, to do a simple calculation of compounding on the small interest, which seems small, and the complex structure, and she couldn't do it. So give us a sense of how using customer service and no service fees, no hidden fees, no conditions apply fees. How have you built a bank that is growing so fast?
See, our bank, as you know, is a domestic financial institution. It's like how ICICI was in its 70s and 80s and 90s, and how IDBI was or IFCI was. These are institutions. They are not known for retail things. Now, when we're building the brand at this point of time, brand is what brand does. End of the day, what is the experience is for customers. So in our experience layer is what we want to make the biggest difference. Now, how do you make difference in experience layer? People are now digitized. Nobody wants to come to the branch and waste the time. So now they want everything digital. That's one part of it. But that every bank I'd imagine is doing. What we thought to ourselves was, to that incident, I'll tell you that incident, what really happened. Our bank, what we did was, they're also under pressure for fees. So our CFO had called the, the business head and told him, look, your product is not making enough fees. Look at that bank, look at that bank, look at that bank. They're all charging so many fees. You also charge it. So our product manager, under pressure, he compared, he found that our bank is not charging any debit card fees. And he sent a letter to all customers, saying that effective June 1, 2022, you will be charged some 400, 500, something like that as fees. So he said, yeah, it's fine, it's perfect, I'm charging, so it's the market. So some customer complained somewhere saying that, look, I am a founding customer of your bank. How can you do this to me? I came in, and now you're charging me. So that opened up a discussion. Then it came to, then I waded into the controversy, our discussion somehow. And then we found, okay, let's write down every bank, what are the fees that they're charging and how they're writing it. So then we put our bank also. We also had that way of writing it. It's written like this. NEFT fees, rupees 2 rupees 25 paisa for 1,000, whatever, say 10,000 rupees of transaction. After that, it is 4 rupees 75 paisa. After that, it is 22 rupees 75 paisa for this slab. Then on these days, it is that day. So actually, I told this to a management trainee and said, no, please compute for me. She could compute it only. So what we did was something quite this one. So what started off as a small customer mail for debit cards, we studied all our fee structure. And believe it or not, we found all fees were like this. So we scrapped all fees, made it zero one shot. Now we tell customers, savings account, we will not touch you for NEFT, RTGS, IMPS, SMS. I sent you an SMS, charge 15 rupees for it. Cash deposit, cash withdrawal. We charge for nothing. So maybe that's one of the reasons why we're doing well also.
Again, another unique thing about the bank is, you're a listed entity too, so your numbers do matter because your valuation determines how much money you can raise and put bank in the growth of the bank. There were banks that were making profits. You're a bank which in 6 quarters made loss and your stock price is going up. And the cumulative loss is almost 4,500 crores. But it seems to be only your deposit growth is almost 1,10,000 crores from 10,000 crores when you started. So what's happening there?
No, it's just the beginning of the when the bank was starting for the first 5 or 6 years. We were first 5 or 6 quarters we were posting loss. So I acknowledge what you said. But one thing we did is that even in that window, we were straightforward. We just came to the television channel, told the number as it is, explained the reason, but more importantly, we gave a picture of the future. We said, "Ji, ho gaya," because there were some wholesale loans and all that. So we said, "Ye ho gaya, this is the future." So somehow, I don't know, our bank enjoys this goodwill that when we give a picture of the future, people are very much trusting us. I think that's what really happened. So that's how I feel that in all transformations, One is, of course, speak the truth about the current situation. People respect it, but more importantly, if you paint a picture of the future which people can relate to and trust you, it makes a really big difference.
Okay. Now let's come to the deposits, which you you know, people are increasing their rates in advertising. You decreased your rates, you know, and still your deposits are growing. What do you attribute that phenomenon to?
No, this is something that really everyone is asking us. I can't even say it's because we are giving zero fees. Because remember, our deposits are growing when we're charging fees also. Now we're not charging fees, still growing. So I can't even say it's because of the fee thing. It was growing before also. The thing is that somehow our bank evokes a trust. And trust is, we cannot say trust me, people. It doesn't work like that. It comes like it grows on us. So, in banking, deposits come from maybe 3 or 4 reasons. One is, first of all, you drop rates. You're right. We were paying 7% earlier. Now we're paying 4%. Like that's like a 300 basis point reduction. And deposits still growing by 40%. Just for information of this group in this forum, on 1st of October, we dropped it to 3%. 3%. That is 0 to 1 lakh. We pay 3% only now. But the goodwill the bank is getting is still, I believe the deposits still grow by 40%. Okay, at least in the foreseeable future. So I'd say that the one is the brand, that how we make the brand, how do we position the brand, how do you provide services. We are going mad after customer experience. If we're really crazy about that. How we provide digitized services for customers so that they don't have to come to your branch. So let me say all of these factors play a role, but most important is service. If we mess up on service, then no amount of advertising will work. Advertising will be a waste actually.
Now, I must say, when you merged your NBFC with the bank was not a known entity like it is today. And you said banking is what you do, what you offer, what you provide in terms of services. How did you build a brand image? And how do you think the leadership from your level in some way contributes to building that brand?
See, no doubt leadership play a role, particularly like you said, the bank's posting loss, was at that stage. This is a private sector bank, mind you, this is not even a state-owned bank. And we were posting a loss at that stage. Now, how do you get people to trust you when you're posting a loss? And after all, people are leaving deposits with you. How do you do that? One is, as I said, service, don't mess up on that. Two, people can see the straightforwardness in the conversation. And not to find cute words, not to avoid the media when the chips are down, right? When the results are good, come and appear in media. When the results are bad, at that time, try to flick the media and not answer it. Or the anchor is asking some question, but you deflect the conversation somewhere else. People can see through these, behavior. So to be open, to be available, gives people a lot of confidence. Second thing is, we talked about brand is about what the experience is. Like for example, I can tell you, we are not, while it's a brand conference and I'm being, I want to be pretty straight with all of you, we are not that well known a brand. Let me tell you our brand score, okay, so that there can be, there could be sobering feeling even for you and even for our employees if they're watching the program. You have all of marketing people here would know the concept of TOMA, top of mind awareness. So you go to a target market segment and say that, name me 3 banks that you know, okay? Now, the top names, which is the ICICI, HDFC and all these names, SBI, etc., they are 75. 75, which means they are 75% people. We are 22. IDFC till today is 22. We are not 75. So, and maybe 3-4 years ago we were 2. So the thing is that, I'll tell you a small story. I once went to this Hinduja hospital for one of those checkups, and I asked a lady who was there with me, and I asked her, which banks do you know? I said, have you know IDFC? She said, no. So I said, really, you don't know? I said, name me banks that you know. It's a video, I'll show it to you. She says, I know SBI, I know ICICI, I know RBI. She said all these names, right? But she said, I don't know. So she said, I'm really sorry, I don't know your brand. So I'm going to tell you that it's not. But good news is, good news is, those who have touched it and experienced it, they are very happy. That is very important to me. In fact, it's better to be known for the right reasons and people who experience, they speak well of you, than to be just known and, sometimes it can go wrong.
Mr. Vaidyanathan, we live in interesting times. Lines between various industries are blurring. And as I said, what is a bank? What is an NBFC? What is a fintech? What is a neobank? Maybe in the near future, will these lines blur? And let me give you the example of geo entering financial services, right? It clearly, they see a huge potential. Look at the, a lot of my friends were in this equity markets tell me, hold on to the geo financial services stock. So really, do you see that these distinctions will in some way merge in the future?
So this is a very important question actually. If you see, you can seamlessly migrate from one medium to the other medium. You're on social media. On the social media, seamlessly integrating into a journey of a bank for account opening, for example. From there, you are seamlessly going up. Suppose you're going to a Flipkart or an Amazon. From there, online, they're giving you a account to take a loan, for example, and you're taking a digital way. So there are various categories of providers of service. Could be healthcare, could be gaming, could be entertainment, could be medicine, education, or even social media like Facebook, etc., or Instagram, and you're seamlessly moving. So definitely lines are blurring, not just between financial players, like the name we talked about, but even outside the financial system.
My last question. I have had the good fortune of, I see you taking out a wallet, and I want to tell this audience a story. Mr. Vaidyanathan, I met him 3 months back, went to his new office, and the IDFC, I told him, and I do have a very, warm relationship with him. And I saw the office, and I saw that your office now represents the stature of the bank now and in the future. And then I told him how I first met him in 2006. He was at ICICI. He came to an E4M initiative like this in Delhi. It was, I think, at the Leela Gurgaon, and he forgot his wallet.
Achha.
And as I was leaving, I chanced upon his wallet, and we figured out it's your wallet. And then, of course, by the evening, he also, in 2 hours, he remembered that he doesn't have his wallet. He called someone in the team, and that's how I first met Mr. Vaidyanathan. So when I saw your wallet outside today, I was reminded of that. But I want to ask you, since I've known you, that one of the segment in banking is people who we call silvers, or people who are above 60, 70, 80, and a lot of them have their very hard earned money in savings accounts. For them, 400 rupees matter, 200 rupees matter. What are you doing to be able to engage with them? And for those of you who may not know, about 3 years back, Mr. Vaidyanathan made sure he found a teacher of his from the school and gave his teacher
So,
a lot of his talk.
So Anurag, listen. So now coming back to our senior citizen thing. Now see, first of all, I'm growing up with senior citizens, meaning my prior generation is still with me. The people do feel lonely, okay, because they've all been active roles like ours, morning, evening, busy, this, that, etc. They've just been activity. So when they retire and let me say spend 8 or 10 years after that, they feel lonely, and I'm very sensitive about that, and I try my, I do feel therefore that any services we offer, we should be extra sensitive about them. Meaning that two things come here. One is during the working years, if they have not saved up enough for themselves, then it hurts them both financially and hits their ego. Anyway, they are down because they feel they are not that active anymore, and to top it up, financial can be a big burden. So financial planning becomes important. And we also feel that, when you're working right now, you're working, I'm working, everybody here is working. If one bank is taking 100 rupees for IMPS, RTGS, whatever it is, some 15 rupees SMS, you don't mind, it chalta rehta hai, life is going on. All the other banks who are charging also, they're all growing. You don't feel it. But after the retirement, after the money stops, the meter starts, every month you don't get the monthly flow, then even if you put 100 rupees to the account, that person will be very sensitive because that's all the stock they have. Right? So we are trying to make this effort for senior citizen. I'm not saying we are perfect at all, but for senior citizens, we say that you have a fixed deposit and you break it, no penalty for you. Okay, tenor-wise, you can break it anytime you want. We won't touch you with any fee to your bank account, anything at all. You can withdraw from any ATM any number of times. Okay, you can do any number of IMPS, make demand draft, make this, make that, whatever in the branch, etc. You visit the branches X number of times, give as many times you want interest certificate, take as many times you want ECS debit mandate or cancel it, do anything you want, no charges. So we try, but I do feel that senior citizen as a category, they need respect more than money.
Thank you for saying that. Please give Mr. Vaidyanathan a big round of applause. I know we are tight on time, but we can take one or two very specific, sharp questions. You have any questions for Mr. Vaidyanathan? Does anybody have a question for Mr. Vaidyanathan? Okay, let me ask my last question. Mr. Vaidyanathan.
I see something going up there.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, when to start? Yeah, when you continue, Anurag.
Okay. If I met you, say in April, May next year, in the start of the new financial year, what do you think your bank would have achieved in the next 6 months, which are yet not in the public space? I am conscious you're a listed entity, you need to make the right disclosure at the right time. But can you give us something which also in some way gives us a direction of what's happening in the BFSI domain, which is unique?
See, the main thing that our bank is, it's not about numbers, as you know, we're a listed bank, I have to be very careful. But let me talk about capabilities as that we are trying to build. One is that we are saying that the experience is of two types. One is about if a customer is upset with you or complains, etc., or customer is engaging with the bank, you are engaging in a particular way. If a customer is happy, you're engaging in a happy way. That's one thing. But second thing is that normally banks are very good in getting customers. So we are reaching out to customers, going to societies, going to trust, building a brand, advertising, doing digital marketing, doing search engine optimization, all that is coming in. But the engagement of the customer after the customer comes in is, I'd say, relatively weaker. Is my honest assessment. People get lots and lots of customers. तुम और customer लेके आते हो जो यहाँ पे उसको you're not reaching out. Even the customer not complaining, you're not touching the customer. Customer not touching, there's no engagement. So we are trying to build capabilities where we can engage the customer in a much better quality, both in the form of good technologies, but more in terms of spirit. That's the way we're thinking about it.
Thank you so much. Please give Mr. Vaidyanathan a big round of applause, and I'm sure your bank will grow, and there'll be another time for a conversation. I'm sure the stock will be up. It's already up, but anyway. It's all yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, buddy. He gave my wallet back to me again. So thank you. Thanks very much, friends. But it's nice seeing all.
And Mr. Vaidyanathan, it's a full house now. Yeah. Almost 175, 200 people.
Oh, it's wonderful. But by the way, I'm just since I may know or may not know many of you, I just want to say that, and many of you in the 20s and 30s and 40s I'm seeing here, this is a crazy period coming in front of us. In India, in the 2000, many of you would have probably been in school at that time, in 2000 to 2008, 9, 10, there was a massive, optimism, happiness. Some of us who even bought property at the point of time experienced the multiplier impact of that. Of the feeling that we got at that time was, India will get the same feeling between now, let me say 2023, 24, up to say 2034, that same period of joy is going to come again. So it's like a crazy, of course, if you are in the edge. So I'm not saying property prices will go up, so that's not my comment. But my comment is that the feeling of how the economy grows, the power of compounding is crazy. So at that time, today, if there were $1 trillion economy growing at 7%, not the same thing, a $3 trillion economy growing at maybe 7%. So that massive moment is coming. So please make the most of it. And I'm around. So for the next 10-15 minutes, if any of you have time, we can talk. Thank you, guys.
Wonderful stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I believe when two people full of knowledge come together, the only vibe that spreads is of wisdom, and that's exactly what we had. Can we please have a nice photo session, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them? And may I please request the mementos as well for Mr. Vaidyanathan. Dr. Batra will be presenting the memento to Mr. Vaidyanathan. Loud round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen, for the memento moment. May the appreciation keep coming. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. We will now be quickly moving to the next session for the moment. The topic for the moment is Next Gen Digital Marketing and Digital Banking for Bharat 2.0. We'll be having an interesting session. The session right now will be chaired by Mr. Ishank Joshi, co-founder and CEO Mob Avenue, and Mr. Sri Krishna Murthy, Executive Vice President, Kotak Mahindra Bank, for a one-on-one fireside chat session to talk about this wonderful subject. Can we please have Mr. Ishank and Mr. Sri Krishna on stage, please? Loud round of cheers. There's no GST when it comes to clapping and appreciation. Hannah. Wonderful. The stage is all yours, sir.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, guys, and great to be here. Flying from Delhi, so obviously it's amazing to see Bombay. I want to talk about. So today, I think Shri, if we can start with your introduction, and then I'll come with.
Hi, Ishank. I'm Sri Krishna. I take care of the digital marketing, performance marketing for the bank, broadly for 811, and cross-sell for other products.
Amazing. So my name is Ishank. Run this company known as Mob Avenue. We are a technology company helping brands in their growth as well as developers in terms of monetizing their inventories. Today we are close to working with 200 brands globally and keep building up. But today we are not talking about us, but we are talking about digital banking Bharat. And it's been exciting times for all of us, right? Mr. Vaidyanath definitely said that we are moving towards $1 trillion economies. But one of the key important aspect is digital banking in the rural segment. So I have some stats. Maybe we are today 800 million internet users. We've close to around 52% of them today are coming from rural India. So this is quite an inflection point, where we have come. More people are now using internet in the rural India. We have touched 10 billion UPI transactions today. So all of this is kind of augmenting in terms of helping us to, kind of grow, our engagement in the rural India. And, we can always learn from people who've been doing it. Kotak 811 has been, aggressively reaching out in the rural ecosystem. So maybe Shri, we'd love to kind of learn from you, first of all, how you feel, digitization is helping you to reach tier 2, tier 3 customers, because it's so difficult to reach to them. A few years back, it was, hardly, we could not reach to them. But, how do you feel that today digitization is kind of helping you to reach there?
Wow. Let me step back a little. I think, just to add on to your previous point, 142 crores population, India population, and digital penetration is like humongous. And thanks to all internet and data, which is cheaper than other country. I think
true.
Big thanks to them, I will say that way. Hence, lot of, the social apps and other stuff have started creating the consumer, the comfort level, so that they started payback on, moving to the mobile banking apps, and they got that comfort level of paying, scan pay, and other stuff is, picked up significantly. And in fact, during COVID, that's the raise, we have seen the digital penetration moved up significantly. And is it urban, rural? I don't want to make that tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, all that. But broadly, I can tell you that including tier 2, tier 3, um, the digital consumers are significant. They may have very minimalistic, the salary and home to run, but they are like one level above in the digital. They want the UI UX experience, and they come back and tell us the feedback. Why can't be like this? Can I do this? Why can't we have this as a first screen? The way in which they ask is like humongous. I will put
Awesome.
it that way. And tier 2, tier 3, obviously, they are more about vernac, which works well. Yeah.
Great. I think you touched a fair topic about, Vernac. So, at your level and, especially at a, Kotak level, what you're seeing typically, reaching out to these tier 2, tier 3 users at vernacular, how difficult it is to kind of reach to them, and, what kind of technologies are kind of today you are using to kind of bring them and kind of, engage with, Kotak 811 products.
So when we show an ad, in fact, if let's say that's very clear that this segment is a vernacular segment, we show them in their native language.
Wow.
So to start with, not every language, but some languages, Hindi for sure. So once they click on it, the landing page is also the same Hindi. So the consumer sees that, the connect of the vernacular is there. After, let's say, account opening and other stuff, they download a mobile banking app. There also we ask the same thing, right? Choose your native, whatever you want. So there is an option English, Hindi, whatever they want to select. So that's the way we have built the customer experience for the this cohort of consumers, and they are happy. I mean, not saying that they are very large at this moment, but it's close to double-digit number, and they want that to be there, and penetration of this consumer of digital, activation and other stuff is much higher.
Amazing, amazing. And I remember like a couple of years back, banks were still doing KYC, right? And typically, I think Kotak was one of the first players to start out video KYC. How did it impact your onboarding journeys?
So during COVID, everyone is like shut down, and sales team come back and say to us, sir, we can't meet. But yeah, they have filled the form, but they are not meeting us. The society is not allowing us. So very quickly, and we got an RBI nod to move ahead. We went with VKYC. We are the bank which launched in the country as a first, where the consumer can open the account and do a VKYC seamlessly, depending on the digital internet speed, all that. But that's the key thing, where a consumer need not to move anywhere. And tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, whatever, the consumers are very happy to do that movement, and they were able to, get what they want. And they want to even apply for, or they want to book an FD, they can do all that stuff.
Amazing. And do you feel that, by implementing like video KYC, that augmented, your penetration towards a rural ecosystem, because there are no branches. There is nothing out there.
Correct.
So,
Correct. So there are branches. There are branch vicinity. Let's say the consumer is around 20 kilometers. They will not come to a branch for a bank
Opening an
account
account.
open, all
Yeah.
that stuff. So the consumer very seamlessly happy to, we were also thinking that still 20 kilometers, can they do it? When we spoke to the consumers, okay, I'm doing anyway, account transfer and, applying for a product which is available. So we said, okay, good. So we did the pilot and moved forward, and it was fantastic and still going well, very
And
well.
was these more regional also? Like, people can do, beyond Hindi, English, or, if they are in any part of the India, you were able to give support of language and the
we
video
do.
KYC?
Yeah. We have
Got
seen that significantly, this consumer. So I will put it this way. We think that, we show a Hindi ad or this things, consumer come and switch to, in the landing page, to English also.
Wow.
So that's also a good insight that, but maybe, you saw something in Hindi or you saw in Gujarati. suddenly the consumer, they were not able to pick up that what they want in the landing page. Probably they will switch back to Hindi, English is what we have seen.
Great.
So
great.
even we have seen that if the consumer is Hindi and they move to Tamil also. So we have seen all that. But the percentage is very tiny, to be very frank. But the core system, core ecosystem, that experience, that's the main thing which consumer expects. It's available.
I think that improves the overall conversion rate also,
Correct.
because that's something which is compulsory. But we all talk about she, and maybe a lot of people are here from banks, and we talk about acquiring customers in the rural category or tier one, tier two ecosystem. How do you see the profitability and LTV there? Or I would say, revenues being earned better than the urban customer, and is it still something that we continue to push?
Okay, I'll just step back and tell you what's happening. Probably the consumer at tier 2, tier 3, or the inventory is available little cheaper at by 25%, 22%. Same thing, this consumer of native consumer, um, their LTV, I'll not say LTV, I'll say, let's say, I'm just giving an example here, don't quote. AMB is, let's say, X.
Right.
So that X will be minus 25%.
Oh.
So it's net, right? So you acquire at 25% less, and even
The revenues
also
from the
25%
customer is
low.
even
Yeah.
25% low. Okay, but do you see that that's something which will improve, because we've touched 10 billion UPI transactions, which is big. Government is doing so much of initiatives. Whether it is NPCI, whether there are new fintechs which are coming in. Even all the banks are moving towards digital banking. Launching. So do you feel that the customers there would continue to spend? We've seen just 2 days, how much sale which have happened from
Oh my God.
rural India. Any insights that you would like to share? What is a
I don't know how can I share that, but broadly I can say it's like whooping. It's what we expected more than that. Consumer at midnight, 12 o'clock, doing transaction, a huge transaction, not small ticket size, all that. They're buying like 2 lakh rupees TV, etc. Like, and like upwards of few crores of value. We can see through. Uh, so there is another, the BBD is happening, which is the second wave.
Right.
I'm sure this will be like next level of, for a consumer, for a bank also we are happy, consumer is happy,
Right.
then that's done.
Amazing, amazing. And I think we don't have much time, but last question, how do you do technology partnerships, keeping in mind, you want to build up for the, banking towards Bharat, right? So, what sort of technologies are you kind of implementing today at the bank to ensure that you are able to, reach to these set of customers?
So there are banks, doing a lot of other stuffs, and we are all the same. But broadly, we have a tech in-house development team, uh, in Bangalore and Mumbai, and whatever we can do to the best as a customer experience and the build, we do that. But somewhere not everything can be built in-house, right? So broadly, we work partners who can help us, like this video KYC. It was like some pieces was in-house, but the core was from outside partner, right? So we can't from the scratch cannot be done. So something like that we do partner with it, and we look for good tech developers and tech people who can help us to move the needle to the next level.
Nice, great. Great to see that banks are building technology in-house, and that really enables and improves the customer experience. But thank you so much, Shri, for sharing maybe some of the things in terms of how you're building towards Digital Bharat. Of course, 15 minutes is less for us to keep talking about how we can drive customers, or engage more with tier 2, tier 3 customers. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you have any questions for him or for me, more than happy to answer. Else, I think it's great to connect with all of you guys.
Thanks for inviting and joining. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Cheers.
Thank you so much for the lovely insights. I'll request you both to kindly be on stage. And can we please have the memento on stage, please? Loud round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen, and we have the memento over here. Thank you so much. And can we please have Ajay Kakkar sir on stage to kindly give away the memento for them? A huge round of cheers for Ajay Kakkar sir, ladies and gentlemen. What a moment. Thank you so much. Interesting session. We now have another topic to go forward to. The session for the moment is the past and the future of financial brands. For this, first of all, I'll request the team over here to kindly set up the stage. And I would like to call Mr. Ajay Kakkar once again on stage, brand and marketing strategist, for a special spotlight session highlighting the past and the future of brands. I now hand it over to you, sir. So can we please have the laptop set up for Ajay, sir? We'll just take 2 minutes to kindly get the setup ready. Are we ready? Are we good to go?
Where is that? Perfect. Perfect. So you give it to me on screen? This is fine.
Thank you, sir. The stage is all yours.
If you'll just help me with my front screen. So good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or if I say young men and women, because I see more youngsters here than not. And I'm going to share with you a story of financial brands. In 1991, before most of you were born, I joined an agency called Ogilvy and Mather, which you may have heard of. It was and yet remains the largest advertising agency in the country. And I set up what was then called a financial practice for them. No one had heard of financial brands at that time. No one knew what's a financial practice, because at that time the order of the day were IPOs of public issues. So there used to be daily advertisements of public issues, big ads with such small text. No one read it, no one remembered it, but they were advertising and spending a lot of money. So I remember one evening a WPP person, WPP, you know, is Sir Martin Sorrell's company, the largest advertising and marketing company in the world. One of them came and met me and said, "ये तुम क्या लोगों को बोलते हो financial brand? ये financial brands क्या है?" Now 1991 is when people asked, what are financial brands? And since then, all of you know that financial brands is one of the largest spending categories in the country. And today, the fact that we are here at the Pitch BFSI Marketing Summit and Awards, the first of its kind, is a recognition for where financial brands have come over the years. My embarrassment is that I'm talking to practitioners of financial brands. I'm talking to believers. I'm talking to people who build financial brands. This is all of you. So I thought, let me just talk to you in your language. In the financial services advertising, you know, you have to have an asterisk, right? Any of you who've not had an asterisk, I'd love to meet you after this meeting, but all our ads have to have asterisks, risk factors. So therefore, the risk factor for all of you is that this is only my story, it's only my observations, it's my experience, my learnings, which could, and I'm sure will be very different from yours, but I'd love to hear yours as much as today I'm happy to share mine. I started in 1986, I think. I worked for about 36 years, as I said, more than all of you put together, your common age out here, with Ernst & Young, a consulting firm. Then I moved to Ogilvy and Mather, which I told you I set up their financial practice. I stayed there for 15 years, including looking after their public relations business. I then moved from there to Reliance Capital, which is the brand from the Reliance group of companies in financial services at that time. And then I found home at Aditya Birla Group, where the birth of Aditya Birla Capital, and it's a very different brand. Some of you may have noticed. I may talk about it later. And I stayed there for 15 years. So if you notice, most of my career has been in and around financial services. So that's why someone out here thought that, well, let's call the man who's seen it all and possibly we'll talk about the past while y'all are guys who are going to take it into the future. Last year I turned sweet 60, which is a retirement age. So I retired from my first innings of work and I retired from financial services. So therefore anything I say today can't be held against me because I'm not in the financial service industry. So you can only expect some candidness from me. I started in 1991 and today we are in 2023. If I ask any of you in this room or people outside this room, what business are we in? There's a good chance you may hear these words. Like this conference itself, you may hear the word BFSI, which is banking and financial services and insurance. I don't understand that because isn't financial services covering banking and insurance? But that's a term we use. If you go and ask a certain segment of people, they may say we are in the life insurance business. Some people may say we are in the mutual fund business. Some people may say that we are in the health insurance business. Some people may say we are in the NBFC business. Our industry is categorized by verticals. Some of us, like for example, Vaidyanathan out here earlier came and even talked to us about banking. But since we are marketeers, let's take a closer look from the view of the consumer, who actually we represent. We don't represent our industry, right? We should actually be representing the consumer. That's the role of a marketer. So let's take a look from him. And over the years, you would have seen that when somebody said life insurance, these could have been some of the brands they saw or noticed, possibly remembered. If you said mutual fund, logos, logos, and more logos. Health insurance, most logos. Banks, lots of logos. So research always showed me, and I'm sure as users of this industry, you may have a view, that if you ask a customer about financial services, he doesn't see bank, mutual fund, life insurance. He doesn't see Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai. He just sees India. He sees financial services. And he sees a host of brands. Now, if you look at these, and as I said, I've chosen some brands from across the years, some of the names are common. The name is common, the color is common, the logo is common, but there is some asterisk at the end, which I'll talk about later. What a great industry to be in, right? One of the largest spending categories in the country. Been there for years. LIC has been here for more than 66 years. A mutual fund started in 1964. It's attracted some of the best brands in the world who have invested in the category, who have invested in the country, and who have invested in their brand. But the fact remains that whenever, 1991 to 2023, you talk about this industry, you will hear two words. One is it's under-penetrated. In what context? I'll explain it later. And second, this category is sold, not bought. If that's our story, let's look at the customer story. For all of you marketers, you know what these four-letter words mean. Sometimes they mean negative, four-letter word. Here, for us, it means what's in it for me. And I think over the decades that I'm speaking to you about and the decades ahead, these four letters become the most important part for any of us in this room or outside representing financial brands. If we can communicate the what's in it for me to the consumer, you have a great situation. If you don't, example. In the 1990s, I was asked by SEBI and then the early stage of AMFI, which is the Association of Mutual Funds in India, to help them with their investor education. 1990s, we were talking about the need to educate investors. 2023, guess who's the largest or one of the largest spenders in the financial services industry today? Is yet AMFI. And what's it yet doing? Investor education. So just imagine if you entered college and after 3 years you don't graduate because you have to study more. Imagine if you enter school and after 12 years you don't exit school because you've yet not learned enough. It seems to be as an industry we are spending a lot of time, effort and money investing in investor education, but we yet feel that the investor is not educated. Is it our fault? Is it his fault? Or is it just the what's in it for me factor missing? So who is this investor? Who is this customer in the BFSI space, if we want to so call it? I think it's any man on the street. I think it's any man at the railway station. It's any man at the airport. It's any man in this hotel. And what does he worry about? He has only 3 words in my mind that occupy him sote hue, jagte hue and in between. Life, zindagi, sapne. I have a life to live. I want to live my zindagi to the best, and I have sapne for that. I don't know one person I've ever met who wants a car loan. I haven't even ever met one person in my life who wants a home loan. But I've met every single person in my life who wants a car and wants a home. What we don't understand is we take ourselves so seriously. I'm in the car loan business. I'm in the home loan business. Nobody wants you. You are a necessary evil. I have to take you for my dream. What a situation to be in. I have to tolerate you. I have to endure you. Is that our industry? His words around zindagi is paisa or money. To make my dreams come true, to make my sapne come true, I need paisa. I need money. Personally, I've not heard of anyone saying I need mutual funds, life insurance, health insurance, but that's a call we can take. So who needs money? There was a song when I was young. It was in a movie called Karz, and you had Rishi Kapoor dancing on a record, singing "Paisa ye paisa, kaisa ye paisa, ho to musibat, na ho musibat." Now your generation hasn't even heard this song. Obviously, you don't know who's Rishi Kapoor, so he's Ranbir Kapoor's father. I hope you know that. Alia Bhatt's father-in-law. I hope you know that. This song, according to me, sums up the whole thing. If you have money, there's a problem. What do I do with it? If you don't have money, it's a problem. How do I source it? And therefore, I call the Indian financial services industry a 1.4 billion opportunity. And I'm happy to dispute it with anyone because everyone either has or needs money. So how can it be less than 1.4 billion opportunity? And unless all of us have 1.4 billion customers, I'm saying we haven't heard the customer enough. We haven't helped the customer enough. And as I said, I'm no longer in the financial service industry. And I put a risk factor so I can give names. I partnered ICICI from the day the name was born. We created the logo. The BKC Bank building was not even ready. Vaidi had yet to join. Vaidyanathan, as he's called now. Right? But when you ask me ICICI, I see what we called the I-Man. But the problem is ICICI doesn't do it that way. If some of you are from ICICI, apologies. We have ICICI Mutual Fund. It's ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, by the way. We have ICICI Home Finance. We have ICICI Lombard General Insurance. We have ICICI Bank. We have ICICI Securities. And by the way, we have one more ICICI Prudential. Can you see the top logo on the left and the one in the center on the right? They're both ICICI Prudential. No, you've got it wrong. One has to be written horizontally, one has to be written vertically. Why? Because obviously, you don't see the word below. That word below is mutual fund. I'm different. That word there is life insurance, if you can read it, by the way. But I'm different. Are we speaking consumer speak or are we speaking manufacturer speak? So mutual fund, and these are logos over the years, mutual fund से आप तरक्की करते हैं, तो that means life insurance से मैं तरक्की नहीं करूंगा, आप ही का तो है. बैंक ख्याल रखेगा मेरा, तो आपका हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ख्याल नहीं रखेगा मेरा. Same story. It's an industry malice. I am, was, and will always remain a big fan of Kotak because they were the first people in my mind who thought of a monolithic brand. In our language, it's a mother brand. It's not a house of brands, it's a branded house, our language. HDFC, well, some of you will say this is dated because hasn't HDFC Limited and HDFC Bank come together? Yes, they have. Why, is my question. Real life story. I have all my relationships with HDFC because I believe one is better, simple, convenience. So I spoke to my RM some years back and I said, I want a home loan. Will you give it to me? He said, sir, we'd love to. Gets onto a call with another colleague of his. They start talking to me. And this is 5 years back. I was not 60 years yet. So the guy starts by saying, so Mr. Kakkar, you're 60 years old, right? And I said, no, I'm not. Why are you making me old? He said, sorry. You're Dr. Kakkar, right? I said, I'm not. I wish I was. At the end of the call, you know where it was going? I asked my RM, hey, what was the problem? I have all my money with you and you know me from years. Who is Dr. Kakkar and who's 60 years old? He said, sir, आप समझे नहीं ना. मैं तो HDFC बैंक का हूँ. वो HDFC Limited से है. But I said, आप दोनों HDFC से तो नहीं, sir, not true. So when they've come together today, have they come together because you marketers felt it from a customer perspective or because it made financial sense? And that's the problem with the way I see this industry. All of you should run this industry, if you ask me, because you represent the consumer, the voice of the customer. No one this side should run this industry because they are all manufacturer speak. Take it compound. HDFC is an example. Each of them have their own websites, each of them have their branches, each of them have their phone numbers, each of them have their agents, and each of them have confusion. Because in my mind, all of them are HDFC. That's why I believe 100%, 1.4 billion Indian opportunity for this industry that you represent is what I call a 5% industry. Under-penetrated. At one time, mutual funds were 5% penetration. I always love to stay with that number because it tells you 95 people who should be in this industry are not in this industry. Another very important point for all of you to remember. Any of you are from the mutual fund industry? Any of you? No. Then you can't catch me if I'm wrong. If I'm not wrong, the AUM of this industry, the assets under management, are over 375,000 crores. If you know how many zeros are there, good for you, I don't. 375,000 crores because somebody invested once in a mutual fund. Now just imagine if you believe a mutual fund, you understand a mutual fund, you will come back every month. And if you do, guess what? This industry can grow 12 times because 12 months in a year, right? That's the power that all of you in this room yield. And that's the power that we have to harness. So looking back and looking forward, just points that I have for you all to ponder. We all must talk Steve Jobs because it's a marketing forum, but I believe it's so relevant to the financial services industry. Don't wait to listen for the customer to ask for something. You are a customer, your friend is a customer of money, anticipate. Did anyone ever say he wanted an ATM machine? Nobody did. Somebody thought, okay, you're on the move, you need money on the move, hey, let me create a machine which can give you money anytime. This 5%. I think all of you are in the worst industry ever possible at marketeers. All of you should quit financial services industry today as marketeers. If you believe, वो रिस्क फैक्टर वाली इंडस्ट्री है, इसमें तो कोई क्रिएटिविटी तो है ही नहीं. इसमें क्या है यार, statutory, the bloody compliance guy sits on me and doesn't allow me to do left, right or center. Then quit this place. It's a marketer's nightmare. But if you say, I want to move that 5%, I told you 375,000 crore, by even a 0.25%, if you want to guess how many zeros are, you will be a This industry can earn FEs every day of its life if you make that meter move even by a fraction. To do all of this, my views. Unfortunately, we all start like I started at the beginning. I'm a mutual fund category. I'm a life insurance category. I'm a banking category. That's our speak. Customer first speak, we talked is. So when tomorrow somebody asks you which business are you in, do you want to say BFSI, mutual fund, life insurance, blah, blah, blah? Or do you want to say I'm in the business of money? I'm in the business of consumer language and that is money. I believe today we are a Crocin ka doctor, and let me explain it to you. If I have a headache, I go to a doctor, he gives me a Crocin, it gets cured, right? Tomorrow I have a pain in the elbow, I go to the doctor, he gives me a Crocin, it's cured, maybe. The day after I have a problem with my kidney, I go to the doctor, he gives me Crocin. What chance is it going to be cured? So therefore I call that doctor a quack. I'm sorry to say our industry today, if we go the route of being mutual fund, life insurance, health insurance, we're all quacks. Because if you sell a mutual fund, can you sell any other product but a mutual fund? So therefore the customer, whatever his need, you won't even ask him what's his need. You'll start with, sir, mutual fund le lijiye, bahut bacha hai. You're a quack. Only if you start with and dare to ask, may I ask you, what's your need? And you can do that only if you represent the category money. Because you can't ask about money and end up only giving a mutual fund. जो भी आपकी बीमारी है मैं समझ गया पर लो तो Crocin नहीं. If any of you been to Lonavala and you all have heard of Maganlal Chikki, when I used to go as a youngster, there used to be one shop, Maganlal Chikki. Everyone loved it. Today, if you've gone to Lonavala, every second shop is a Maganlal Chikki. Which is the original Maganlal Chikki? If any of you have the answer, please tell me. So when I see ICICI Prudential X, ICICI Prudential Y, ICICI Bank, ICICI X coming to me. I wonder who is original and who is fake. Because why don't you all just come to me as ICICI, yaar? And I'm giving ICICI just an example. Risk factor, caveat. And therefore, if you have a single money brand for your lifetime, and that's what we did at Aditya Birla Capital, we dared to undo all that we had done ourselves as our go-to-market strategy and the industry for 100 years. And we created one brand, Aditya Birla Capital. That's only one brand for all your financial needs. Only one website, only one helpline, only one name for you to remember. Then what is the advantage? You don't look at customer. You look at customers. You look at the distributors. You look at influencers. And you look at customer lifetime value. You can catch that same person for one business and help him across his lifetime need. Your acquisition cost is one time. Your revenue is lifetime. Another mistake our industry does is financial services brand aise hi banta hai na, ad bana do. And then what happens? In good times we advertise, bad times we don't advertise. My view is either advertise and stay, like Vaidyanathan said, visible throughout, or else don't. But more important, if you ask me, brand is not about advertising. So this is the next question we all have faced, right? Should we be high tech or high touch? Or let's be phygital, both. I disagree. Because what you do is your problem. तुम भेलपुरी बना रहे हो, मुझे तो भेल खाना है ना. मुझे आम से मतलब गुटली से क्या लेना देना? You use your technology. You do whatever you want at the back end. You just give me experiences, memorable experiences, simple experiences, distinct experiences. And I'll remember you for a lifetime. And I'll come back for more. Data and analytics, another big buzzword in our industry. I don't know what is data and I don't know what's analytics. And I don't want you to anyway bloody keep coming back to me with 100 SMSs, right? You use it at the back end, just personalize it for me and I'm saying, wow, I don't need to say that it was because of data and analytics. But for us in our boardrooms, we have to tick and say data and analytics and big data, right? Well, as I said, whose hat are we waiting? Vaidyanathan said very well, it's all about get new customers, get new customers, get new customers. This is the only industry, if you ask me, which can retain customers, like I said earlier, from cradle to grave. And therefore, acquisition and retention is as important, if not repeat business, and last but not the least, advocacy. Again, something Dr. Batra and Vaidyanathan touched about. I want to leave this thought with you. I have 3 slides more, but this is the thought I want to leave you with. Tomorrow, it's not going to be about BFSI, banking, mutual fund, life insurance, or money. Tomorrow, the players are going to be banks, FS conglomerates, standalone companies, and fintech companies, my view. But if you ask me what was the birth of fintechs, it was the failure of banks. Because customers in financial services only trust and then consume. And nobody can get more trust than banks. And if you trust a bank and it was nimble and it wasn't an elephant, everyone would be with a bank. The point is fintechs are nimble. Fintechs start with the customer. Fintechs start with a proposition. But they don't have trust. So therefore, it's for all of us in this industry, and not as marketers, but as an industry to decide what do we want to be. If the bank becomes a fintech, amazing. If a fintech can become a bank, it takes more time, amazing. Standalone competition, we can debate that. If you're a one-stop shop, well, that has my vote. This is what all of you as marketers, as voice of customer, antenna, have to speak to your managements, your boardrooms, and your brands. So who is true competition? Again, touched out there. According to me, these are your competition. I'll tell you why. Not because Geo or da, da, da. These guys know your data from day one. They can so sharply focus, they know why you buy a movie, hire a movie, or buy a car, or buy a cigarette, or whatever you buy, and they can predict what you will buy next, including money. And it's not about today. I've been tracking clips for last 10 years. None of us have seen these warning bells that these guys, the technology giants, the data giants, are going to come and take the mickey out of the financial service industry. And we may not. In the meantime, what do? I call it RKM. We do roti, kapda, or makan advertising. All of them look the same. All of them sound the same. Which category we don't know, and therefore we don't answer the most important question, why me? You want to be a mutual fund, tell me why you. You want to be a life insurance, tell me why you. You want to be a bank, tell me why you. WIFM, which I talked about. Take your pick. We call it the financial services industry. Unfortunately, we are more finance, less service. The day we become a service industry and we compare ourselves to a hospitality industry, we are talking. And beware of this. Because you know as a consumer, the minute you see this, you start wondering, where's the fine print? If we can do without it as an industry, we'll be a better place. Debate CMO, CTO, CFO, I won't get into that. There's no end to this debate. But I think पहले CMO बन जाओ, बहुत हो गया. CTO बनते बनते जिंदगी निकल जाएगी क्योंकि CTO birth से है वो, CFO वो birth से है. Just give me 1 minute more. Last point. There is so much pressure on us. You're not about marketing, you're about performance marketing. My request is stay out of performance marketing. Performance marketing do not build brand. It's about sales. It's not about marketing. Last slide, as I said, all of you here and all of you outside this room, aa dekhe zara kisme hai kitna hai dam. Move that meter by a millimeter and you get an Oscars and an Effie award for a lifetime. Thank you so much.
Sir, I'll request you to be back on stage. What a moment, what a presentation indeed, huh? Sir, I want to know the person who actually said that you were 60-year-old and think in terms of swag you are less than 20. Do we all agree, ladies and gentlemen? Can we have the nice photo and also the memento on stage, please? For this, may I please call upon stage Mr. Pulkit Narayan, CEO Dangle Ads, to kindly give away the memento to Mr. Ajay Kakkar. What a moment. Can we have the memento on stage, please? Also, sir, you mentioned a Rishi Kapoor dialogue. I remember of another one. Bikte to I think sabhi hai, kuch paise se to kuch jazbaat se. Right. Loud round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful moment. Thank you so much. All right, from one session to the other, we move swiftly. The next session right now is, I beg your pardon, it's impactful brand building for financials and innovative solutions. In order to give you all a brief, building a powerful brand in the financial and innovative solutions sectors takes a lot of time and consistent effort. By staying true to your brand's values, prioritizing customer needs, and embracing innovation, you can create a lasting and impactful presence in the market. To discuss more on these, I'd like to welcome Darshana Shah, Head Marketing and Customer Experience, Aditya Birla Health Insurance, Elizabeth Venkataraman, Joint President and Head of Marketing and Alliances, Kotak Mahindra Bank, Gitanjali Sachwani, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Franklin Templeton, beg your pardon, Amruta Nair, Head Entertainment at Sales and Strategy Disney Star, Sujata V. Kumar, Head of Marketing India and South Asia, Visa. The session will be chaired by Anisha Iyer, CEO OMD. Can we please have all of you on stage, please, ladies and gentlemen? All right, so there's a small error in the designation. I'll repeat once again the designation for Darshana Shah. It's Head Marketing and Customer Experience, Aditya Birla Capital. So the stage is all yours. Thank you so much. Look forward to an insightful session.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I know, all women panel, and we're keeping you from lunch. And I am a woman, so I have the right to say this. We will not be chatty, I promise. We will let you go in time. And hopefully we'll make this interesting for you, okay? Alrighty, let's delve right in. I have a few questions prepared. Unfortunately, they're very long. Yeah, I had a moment yesterday, so I wrote down long questions. So I'm going to refer to my phone just to read them through. And then as and when we look at opinions from different aspects of the panel here, we'll kind of take it as it is. Alrighty. The first thing, and I think it's probably the most interesting question, me being an agency person, because that's how we get briefs. There are two kinds of typical requests, from a BFSI category, which is performance-driven advertising and brand storytelling. So typically when there is a lead generation and acquisition-led campaign, typically the KPIs of branding are not called out or often forgivable to not achieve. And then on the other side, when you're looking at a purely nice, loud branding campaign, somehow the pressure of delivering leads moves out the door, more often than not. And it's interesting because at the end of the day, you do need to deliver to business. So I'm just wondering why this dichotomy exists in a few industries, but most definitely in BFSI. And I'd like to get a sense from at least the marketers on the panel, in terms of at least how your everyday planning processes go. Do you have teams aligned to different objectives? Therefore, do you write your briefs specifically in a certain manner to kind of communicate that? So that's really the question. Sujata, I'll go with you then.
Thanks, Anisha. I think the question is not either or, but and. And that's because I don't think as a brand, you can afford to say you will only do brand building storytelling or you will only do performance marketing. You have to do both. And I think what decides which one you're going to do is actually the objective of a campaign. So we definitely do both. And I'll give you a small example. If you want to create awareness, reach, or customer education, then you would take the brand storytelling route. So we all know with the pandemic, there was a huge spur in digital payments. But what was happening was many people did not know how to go cashless. And there was a lot of frauds. There was a lot of security issues happening. And as a brand, I'll speak for myself, at Visa, we wanted to talk about telling people how to go online and pay safely and securely. So in that instance, it was then a storytelling where you bring in a whole example, how it's done, and it's like a story. However, finally, all of us have numbers that we have to reach. So when it comes to that, then I think that's when we put the other hat, which is we look at campaigns not from a storytelling, but actually to try and segment your target audience into the right groups you want to speak to. For example, if it's a festival season and there is a specific offer target at a certain group, then you would do that. And another example is, for example, when we look at travel, because travel is a huge area of spends and of digital spends, there would be not so much only storytelling, but definitely targeted programmatic advertising to reach the right person with the right offer.
Yeah. And unlike credit cards, Gitanjali, what's your experience been?
Yeah, so for me, I think for me, coming from an old school of thought when I was studying, and the first era of marketing was all about, logic and reasoning, right? It was, you needed to serve a happy meal to your family. There's a prestige cooker. When there was about marketing era part 2, it was about emotions. Kuch khas hai zindagi mein, where the girlfriend runs on the field. And the third era, I think, in marketing was data and analytics. Marketing 4.0 was about customer engagement, performance marketing, cost per completed view, completed views. I think as we speak, as we're here, we're entering into an era which is about senses and sensibilities, where artificial intelligence and machine learning are coming in together to help us put our strategy together. So I totally, completely agree with Sujata that it's not either or. While I may have specialized people in the team taking care of performance marketing and someone for brand, they all have to work together. While systems talk to each other, there's a mandate in the team that people have to talk to each other, right? And that's where I say that it is about blending in the two to come together. Yeah.
Amrita, you've probably been on the receiving end of some of this, just like probably me, I have. So how is that for you?
Yours is a tough job to actually put it together. But mine, if I were to look at this particular challenge, this debate has been going on for a very, very long time. Ever since the advent of digital, performance marketing versus brand building has always been a very hot topic in India as well as globally. But the question is about attribution, right? Like we've had several examples of, even on linear television, not a brand building exercise, a simple integration that is done on a show, instantly lifting conversations, digitally for a particular brand. But that attribution never really happens to or comes back to television because it's considered to be a brand building platform, right? So my view is, performance marketing can actually be realized through brand building. And television is a good example of that.
I think that much has been said, but however, we need to look at it together. There is a very widely understood term called tofu, and all brand advertising really needs to create top of the funnel. And without that, the consumer will not be aware or will not understand what this brand is about. So there is a certain level of emotive imagery that brand advertising does, which is, in fact, I would go a step further and say it is a prerequisite before you do performance advertising. And we also do something else, which is we target the same people. So if you're doing a brand on digital, so we look at the same people. We do give that, we make sure that the same folks are targeted, both on brand and performance. And I think unless they are done together, your results will not be optimized. So for us, I think as a model, we do both.
And Darshana, the same for you. Is it an and?
So, Anisha, yes, it will be an and for everybody, but I'll give you a little take on my journey. So, when I come from retail into BFSI and retail and FMCG brands, so the brand building narrative there and the true storytelling, what you've seen there, because one of the things when I came here, and this is my realization or my experience, that the categories there are fairly established and people then consider brand. Cola is a cola. Now, whether you want to choose a Coke or Pepsi is really the marketing, the way they have done it globally and things like that. When I entered, and I entered into health insurance, the category by itself is not so simple, not so established. It's highly underpenetrated. Now, in that, the first thing is, so the problem what happens is that you have to, and there are too many product and benefits. So that's where the dichotomy starts. Here, there is a pressure that you also have to explain the product, the benefits, the features, and not just the brand. So yes, finally you have to do both. You have to start top of the funnel, do the entire integrated marketing. But this is where BFSI as a category, and at least the categories that I have, which are non-tangible. So a lot of feature-led things, and that's why more functional is what you will see, and that's where BFSI gets categorized from where, because the memorability is, and that's why it becomes boring, it's very functional, no memorability like, what she was saying, kuch khas hai zindagi, what Cadbury's could do. I think that's the journey whilst we are all working, and because we all know that brand at the top of the funnel is important. Large brands like ours do that spend, but a lot of fintech who have come in the market today over the years have also started at the, because categories are created by, people like us who have the wherewithal and the money. There they will start straight from the consideration by and large. They're starting more functional, they're starting, so you will see those kind of things more in BFSI. Unlike, because there is a lot of disruption that has also happened. So that's been my take. And also, well, on a lighter note, a lot of people on our boardrooms and our CEOs are all, because it's financial services, they're all CAs and accountants, that background. So ROI all the time. That's a conversation asked. But
that was a beautiful segue to my next question. And I think why don't you begin by answering that question? So on this panel, at least there are four of you who potentially can make that image change from it being a boring category when, at least from a consumer mindset, right? I mean, there are certain conventional codes and certain ways and means in which the banking sector operates. And you move out, you move slightly more west, or you move towards Australia and things like that. There's so much more entertainment, even in the BFSI category, at least in the manner in which they deliver communication. So what's stopping us?
No, again, again, my take here, and I have been trying, I made many attempts. First thing first, when it comes to BFSI and your finance, it is a serious category because it is serious money transaction that is happening. And so what they've done over the years, it's either very emotional, where they're trying to pitch in more emotions, or it is fear-based, which came into insurance and things like that, if you're not there, what will happen to your family, and also, but really speaking, try and quirkiness, so there's a borderline, right? Because whether fun is comedians, then it becomes too loud and brash, fun. So because I'm giving you my own example, I've tried many times to bring a little more quirkiness, and I'll immediately get the pushback from the top, from my CEO that, no, listen, but we are serious.
Because people should not look at us as fun because I'm handling the consumer's money. So that trust is a very big factor, comes everything else. So yes, we have tried in some areas, but over the top, really becoming youth, fun, quirkiness. And I will not say that fintechs have not done it. They've done it. In fact, some of them have really attempted it well. But are we known for that? The main reason, the underlying reason lies from this that, we are managing money and money is a serious conversation. So you cannot be perceived as trivial because there's a borderline and that's where the pushback comes.
And I don't think my question specifically was trying to be frivolous in that sense, but I think
But
it was
it's
just toning down the seriousness a little bit.
Toning down the but I think that's the constant pushback that no, people will not get it. Or you're talking about money. Are you serious? Are you trusted? So that becomes the constant.
Liz, you have an example where some barrier was broken. Yes.
Yeah, so I think we always try to do that kind of work, but so you're successful sometimes, and the jury still jury is out actually. So in our Active Money campaign, Kotak Active Money campaign, I don't know if some of you managed to catch it. When we showed it internally, I was a bit nervous. I put on the screen and they said, "Is this a bank?" So that was the first reaction I got, and I responded saying that is the reaction I was looking for. So I think that many interesting things. The script was basic. It was a simple script, and we said, how do we make this into a blockbuster? That was a question we asked. And it was a question well asked because we got the action director flying in from Berlin. So we said, it is the time of all the action films doing well. I'm not naming all of them. All of you know, we just finished Pathan, we were into Jawan, we were into all the South Indian films, etc. So we said action is an MI, so action is the flavor of the season. Why don't we give our ad also an action twist? So we did fly in that action director who had worked initially on some of the, some of the biggest films in Hollywood. So we flew him in, and it was the most interesting and exhilarating experience watching the shoot because you had tons of body doubles on the set. You would have the protagonists falling down, picking themselves up, and our Kirti Suresh, who was our southern actress. So it was her first action film, even in an ad film, and so she also struggled. It's very, very strenuous, I just appreciate all those folks who do their own stunts, action now even more after being on our own small set, because it's very, very strenuous to do that. That's one. And the second thing we did, I'm sure the question is going to come up looking at this panel, is that if you notice our ad, it's a very equal ad. So Ranveer and Kirti argue on financial services, which is considered to be a male domain, very, very equally and have an equal opinion. And in the end, of course, they agree together. It's a sweet banter between two people, but two very equal people. And I think we want to show progress in India, where there is so much progress. The women are progressing so much and have a voice. So I think we killed two birds in one stone. One was action, breaking monotony in financial services, and two, bringing in diversity and equality into the financial services domain.
And thank you for that. And my only hope is that it continues and it shouldn't be a one-off. So good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
To make more news. So Sujata, this a similar question to you. And I think among the brands that are at least on this panel, it's probably easier for Visa as compared to some of the others in that sense to kind of be okay by not being so serious, and is that something that you're taking head on and you're running at least to make a dent in the category, beginning with credit cards maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Darshana said, because we're dealing in a category with people's money, you have to be serious. However, what we're trying to do is look at instances where you can afford to bring in, whether it's some fun, some glamour. So for example, I don't know, all of you know, but the amount of travel that has now started happening post the pandemic, and we actually call it revenge travel, is just beyond anyone's imagination. So what we thought was, in a segment like that, while we're encouraging people to spend carefully when they travel abroad, go cashless, if we did it very, in a very boring way, you would lose them. So I think this is one area where you can really bring in. That's what we did, as you know, with today. The biggest people who can push a brand are influencers. And not the big names, but actually micro-influencers in each segment. So what we did is we experimented with that in travel, and we got different people. We got couples who are known to travel together. We got a young girl who's known to travel separately, adventure travel, like Liz talked about adventure. And what we did is we actually made a bunch of really fun videos, put them out on social digital media, asked people to share their own travel experiences while using, a Visa card. But the more fun got better benefits, and we saw tremendous traction. So I think that's one, especially when you're talking about Gen Z today. They have a different mindset. It's for them, money is not about saving. It's not about buying their next house. It's about experiences and how they enjoy. So with them, with travel, those are two instances where we really managed to take it out of the serious mode.
And for you, Kitanjali, again, I mean, this is going to be then a complete South Pole to her North Pole with respect to your category, right?
Absolutely. Mutual funds are the most regulated, it is the most regulated industry in India, and we have a lot of restrictions on what we can do, justifiably from an investor perspective. But I'll just try and answer this question a little differently, because so I'm a part of the investor education committee at AMFI. And there you have the liberty and the luxury of getting celebrities to, talk about and encourage the penetration of mutual funds in India. So there's a bit of that you do there. But when you talk about celebrity endorsements, tea, toilet cleaners, and technologies, right? Everything. I mean, I can never imagine Akshay Kumar selling a Harpic or, a toilet cleaner. But you do have, India does get enamored by, celebrity endorsements. But if you ask me, hand on heart, two brands that really stand out for me who without using that, but they get sporting, entertainment, it's MasterCard. I know I have visas by my side, but it's good to get it a little juicy up here, right? Their website, it's called priceless.com, right? My site, franklintempletonindia.com, right? So, you have a big room to catch up with on. And the other brand, I think, which I like to talk about here is HDFC Bank, right? They recently won a Cannes for it. It was called Vigilante. Okay, I think it was spiced up with some wit, some humor, but a strong message out there. It was about making sure that you're vigilant while you're making any financial transactions, right? It's very serious business. So when it comes to actually making such ads, it's not like it's not in our scope, but I guess you need a good creative team, you need support from the management, and I think that way Franklin Templeton has a very open-ended philosophy. We're happy to fail fast, fail forward, fail cheap. But yes, and if you see, when I get asked a question in the boardroom, whom are you competing with? It's nobody in the BFSI segment. The names come up as, and these are Gen Z in my team. They say we're thinking Apple, because their advertisements are, sleek, minimalistic. I mean, all that you have up on the hoarding on Bandra Reclamation is a photograph. It's user-generated content. So, let's not talk about that just being on digital platform, right? Or if it even comes to a brand like IKEA, they're talking about practicality, they're talking about affordability, and therefore they're catering to the audience in India. So the room in our office, when they compete with each other, they're talking about such advertisements, right? So I do understand that BFSI is boring, but we are catching up. You have brands like Visa, MasterCard, HDFC Bank, Kotak, right? I mean, we are doing our bit. We're slowly and gradually getting there, but I think it was a very good question, Amisha.
No, I'm glad, and the more we see of it, I think most people in the room, the reactions would be different over time, and I really hope that does change. Okay, Amrita, we haven't forgotten about you. Okay, so this next question is specifically with respect to channel choices and channel mix, specifically from a deployment standpoint. I know we've spoken about comms, and I'll ask you this question first, because we've discussed branding versus performance, but there's enough skew towards digital-led channels in that sense from the BFSI category. Also with connected TV, a lot of specific targeting capabilities and possibilities that exist today. And yet there is enough number of people who are unaware and where penetration of most of the categories that we represent on the stage today, it's underrepresented. So there is a need for mass as well in that sense. So let me ask from your perspective, at least, what have you seen of the trend, or where are specifically your efforts going towards balancing those scales, if I may?
Thanks, Anisha. So if I were to look at the trend in the BFSI sector, especially for I would say linear and professionally generated content, if you were to actually look at the last 7 or 8 years, you can see that their dependence on our business is increasingly coming down. And I think all of them would agree to it. And that is actually making me the odd one out sitting here. But the fact is, each one of us would have a perspective about their own product, right? The way we see our business and our products is, television still today has about 900 million of reach, right? And we spoke about underpenetration, or how grossly underpenetrated each of these categories are, and maybe not banking to that extent, but anything related to, beyond that, and what Sujata is representing from a Visa or a Master, and everything else, mutual fund is so underpenetrated in this country. Insurance, for that matter. Our government has tried as much as possible to make a health or a life insurance as an offer from the government side. But the fact is, we don't have that habit. Our consumer, I don't know how many of us are sitting here, have taken a term insurance very seriously right at the start of our career, right? As Indians, and the country does not have that habit of taking a term insurance or a health insurance and treating it as a security. Similarly, investments, right? Even from a mutual fund investment point of view, I don't think we speak about it as seriously as we should be talking about it. So in my view, while all the marketers sitting over here, I think all of them also represent, in a way, a social cause. Right? I think it is important that we take it upon ourselves that we talk about the importance of, all of these products that we have, like whether it is insurance, whether it is a mutual fund investment. I can give you a simple example that that comes to my mind, and it's also like a bit of a slight, in a way, an example for the earlier question as well. Policy Bazaar as a brand, had done a campaign with us. Okay, it's a Policy Bazaar is the fintech companies that fall into the fintech companies. What they had done is they used, and I don't see very many brands actually using a 50-year-old character in their communication. Like most of you would know, Anupama is a show on Star Plus, right? Anupama is a 50-year-old woman. She has 3 children, right? And what she experiences is, her son loses his best friend to an accident. And he is devastated about it. And at that point of time, the mother is explaining, or she assumes that the friend must have taken a term insurance. And it turns out that he has not taken a term insurance. See, this is a very common, slice of life kind of a situation. But the difference is, here the 50-year-old mother is talking to a late 20s, a son in his late 20s. And explaining. I don't think in a normal BFSI communication, we actually depend upon a 50-year-old homemaker to make that point, right? So this is where television will come into picture, right? And she asked about 2 parts of it. One was, see, television also needs to start helping them in terms of, if not precision targeting, in targeting in some form. Right? And in regional markets, if you look at it, all networks for the last 2 decades have been having regional products. Right? If you want to have a campaign only in Kerala or a Tamil Nadu, it is possible. It's always been possible. What is not possible today is you're not able to do a campaign only in a particular city. But from a communication perspective, I would also urge you all to start looking at communication through the lens of the cultural nuances of the country. Right? What works in a Hindi geography need not work in a southern market. And within South itself, you possibly would have 3-4 different states that is very culturally nuanced. And we are a classic example of that. And why do I say we are a classic example? Because our content is never a dub content. We take the same core content, we recreate it in respective context, and have familiar faces, familiar kind of dialogues, and recreate it. Right? So, I mean, I will be more than happy to have this conversation taken ahead in terms of building that financial inclusivity and taking these products to the masses.
So, Anisha, I have a take here, and so see what you are asking is that the television over digital and the spends sort of shifting and in BFSI. So I'll tell you what, as in my now 26, 27 years journey, when I started brand in those days, television was the core medium to reach, and there was nothing else. Today, YouTube gives me equal amount or sensible reach. OTT gives me, sometimes the Hotstar is also enough. So what has happened is, in the journey of a marketer, there are a couple of things. So one is, the entire landscape has changed. It has become very fragmented. There is TV, there is CTV, there is digital, there is OTT, there's so many things that is happening. When you look at the objective on the business side, because now as a marketer, I also have to take the business objective. There is leads, there is conversion, there is business ROI that has been asked. So clearly, and look at the consumer behavior. Where is the consumer spending time today more? Now, as a marketer, I have a media choice, I have a business objective to drive, and I have to see where my consumer is spending time. Today, Netflix, as Netflix says, that they are fighting sleep. Sleep is their competition. So imagine there's so much of content happening. Now there is also influencers, there is all sorts of choices. There's too much choices. So in my mind, clearly, I don't think any of us need here education on why TV is important or not important. I don't think that's the ask or we know that. But the prima facie, I have limited budget. I have those 3 objectives. It starts from what is your objective? What is the brand achieving to do? Or is it a product only? Or is it a brand building activity? Is it brand love? Or it is just talking about the functional aspect? And that's the objective that we start with. And that is how, yes, absolutely, I would love to do a full funnel all the time. In that also now I do, because Satya is sitting here. Outdoor is a lot of recall. So what is my primary medium? What is my secondary? What is my recall? So I think these are the choices that we have to make. And definitely where I'm doing a larger reach, we obviously will use TV, but sometimes like in one of my product, it's a CTV audience. Now also impact. Sports makes a lot of, reach. Sports immediately gives, sports on Hotstar versus Star, my audience is Hotstar. So I'm saying that is where, because my money is only going to be limited, I'm not going to have 500 crores in one campaign or anything like that. So there is a lot that's happening, and what is ongoing, always on, digital allows you that. So Anisha, all I'm saying is that it's really fragmented. It's not a one-size-fits-all answer, which was there earlier 10 years or 15 years back. It's very different today, and you as marketers, we have to evolve to this. And that's why it's not
Fair
only
enough.
TV or only digital.
Fair. So Jata, and I know you had a different view, at least in our discussion.
Yeah,
there.
no, if you remember, my first opening point was that it's not an either or, it's an and. So I would say that. So for example, Amrita, you're absolutely right. There's a big role that TV plays. So for example, if an objective is awareness, and you want to create awareness with the large population that India has, we do reach out to TV for that. Sorry, he says better. Yeah, I'd given you the better mic. So I was saying that it's not a question of either or, it's and. And there's a role for everything. So Amrita, like you're saying, there is a strong role of TV. If there is a need to reach the wide population of India, TV is the way. So for example, if we want to educate people on way to pay safely, and we want to reach everyone across metros, tier 1, tier 2, different age groups, we do that. However, if the objective is different, and I'll give you an example, Anisha, in case, suppose you were traveling to London next week, and Liz is traveling to Dubai in 3 months. Both of you have very different needs segments, right? You would be traveling next week, I assume your airfare and your hotel would be done, but you would looking at where should I shop, what are the things to do, what's the entertainment, while Liz, 3 months away, would still be looking what's the best deal for a hotel or an airline. What we do at Visa is we actually are able to target our communication using our own programmatics technology to make sure that you get the right information, which says, hey, you're going next week, this festival is happening, you can do that. Or, hey, Liz, you're traveling, there is a great deal on hotels. So I think, like I said, there is an and there is an objective, and we have to look at that. If it is to create awareness, educate, by all means, we should use that, the mass. If not, we use, whether it's digital, whether it's social, whether it's OTT, but we can use the methods to reach the right message to the right person.
At least what I'm hearing both of you say is the story is about relevance. Doesn't matter, which form of media eventually gets picked in that sense. Okay, so last question for the panel, and went away, but and let me begin this question by saying thank you to Liz for bringing it up early on. But then again, I think another stereotype in that sense from a BFSI space is men versus women. And I think we're an all-women panel, so banta hai to ask this question. So both, I think both with respect to targeting, from a communication media standpoint, and also who you use in your communication as the so-called key decision maker or the influencer still today. And I'm not saying you, and thank you for doing the ad that you did, but more often than not, it ends up being the son, father, husband equivalent of the family, and very rarely, is there forget it being one-sided the other way, but very rarely is there even a balance. So in that sense, let me at least begin. I know you gave us a little bit of the story of equality, but what would it take to not have him in the ad and just her?
So I'm going to answer this a little differently. So we actually went and spoke to women and tried to understand what they wanted from banking, or what they wanted from financial services. And what we realized is that they do want to be spoken to differently, the needs. So they want to be spoken to about needs and not products. What makes me, I want to know, how to take care of my parents, how to do good for my children. I want to do a holiday, and I don't want to be told about products. So there was a very, what makes them of course, everybody has similar needs, but what specifically they wanted to hear about, or what we wanted to hear about, was a little different. So I did many years ago, and now I've understood from all of you that we need to do a lot more work on awareness for this program. So we came to gender-sensitive banking, and that's where we curated a program called Silk, which is exclusively for women, which talks to women like they want to be spoken to. And very conscious while doing it, because we said, by even creating a product or service, are we differentiating? Not at all. It came from the women that we want to really, cut all the jargon out, and we want to just deal with it in the way, we would like to hear about it. So that began the journey for Silk, and we've done something called Meri Udan, which I think is now, it's a traveling statue. And it goes to, last year we went to Ahmedabad, the year before last it went to Delhi. It's really a statue which represents the modern Indian woman who I say is Atmanirbhar, really. And she really stands for what so many women here on this panel and the audience stands for, which is progress, which is confidence, the whole journey of, working everywhere. And the reason why she's in a corporate park is that's where the greatest battles are fought, and this whole, so she currently is in Gift City in Ahmedabad, standing up for all of us who go into that, becoming more of us. May there be more of us there. May there be more women rising in these places and making it to the boardrooms. So Silk is our answer. That's one very important example. The other thing is on 811, when we launched our digital bank, we did a campaign called India Invited, where Ranveer was a Sutradar, where we did, it also trashes stereotypes in that sense. We say regardless of religion, gender, or anything, digital is a great equalizer, and welcome to 811, and all of India is invited. So that's another area. It was not only gender, but again, I think gender was one of them, whether, affluent households, all of that. It trashed all stereotypes, not just gender, but that's another one where we did that, and Active Money I already mentioned. So we do want to, nudge progress for women, and we will continue to do that.
Gitanjali, your take, and I think slightly more wider from the world of mutual funds, even I think.
So I think I'm going to borrow that language from you, Elizabeth. Our answer was Meri Pyari Saheliyan. Okay, so we came up with this campaign basically from the perspective and the research, and a very fine point, and I'm not sure, I see more men in the room than women, but, when we are all talking, we all just met outside in the speaker's lounge, and there were different conversations, right? We would talk about what's the latest show, or we would talk about, when did we last catch up over a dinner, which is the next show that we need to go to, Trevor or the ABBA. But very rarely over dinner conversations with your family or friends would the topic be money. It's almost as if it's taboo to talk about money. It's like, why am I talking about money? Why am I talking about a budget? So women and money, somehow in India, the culture has been that, no, you will not be managing that. So we came up with a campaign where two friends are catching up. It's a real conversation, right? We believe in storytelling, but real life storytelling. So we actually caught up with two women who indoors are talking about various subjects and how their relationship with money actually weaves into every aspect, whether it's a married woman, whether she's working or not, whether she's got children or not, whether she's single or married for 25 years. Does she feel financially independent? And the role of money in making her feel like that. So I think investing for progress is something that we've been talking for the last 8 years amongst all our women investors, and today I'm happy to share that 20% of our investor base is women. So it's gradually grown, but the conversation has to start. You have to get to talk about money when you're amongst each other, right? I think when men meet each other over a drink, किधर invest किया है? Stock market का क्या हाल है? Whereas women, when we are talking, Made in Heaven was a great show, yeah, So, it's about making sure that you I'm not discouraging you to not talk about those things, but talking about money, I'm not talking about, how much salary do you get, but I'm talking about making sure that where you're investing or where you're talking, just talk about money, right? That itself is a starting point, and that's what we did through Meri Pyari Saheliyan, because it was my day of friends.
Yeah, no, in fact, to take her point, a very well made point, we have so many, we have women here. How many of you all independently take your financial decisions? Just raise your hands.
That's lovely to see, so many, yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely to see that now you're independently, but like, what Liz mentioned and what she was saying, so even when I was launching health insurance in India, now health is a women conversation in our houses. We drive the kitchen, we know everything, what's happening with our husband, spouse, children. But literally when I did the research, they were not ready to talk insurance side of it. So it's not just about, because marketing is still the last mile. The first thing is a product. What I realize is that are we even creating the product which will talk, so like she spoke about silk, where you have to create that need on a product which talks the language, which gives the benefits, which is made for them. And that's where I think at BFSI, and we are to be blamed, because when it comes to ROI, when it comes to business, and we know easily if we have to launch something for men, and I give this example, and I know I'm digressing for cars. I love driving car. How many of car as a category talk to me? Because I don't want to talk about mileage. That's not my starting point. But I need to know others. So when even in health insurance, I realized when I was talking to women, women want to know what are the hospital near me? What happens if my family is hospitalized? Are you going to give me the claim? What are the men asking me? Do you give no claim bonus? Use nahi kiya to paisa wapas milega kya? So it's a very different conversation. So am I having that conversation? Is my entire journey, my website, my product brochure, my collaterals is talking that language? I think that becomes a starting point, because if we don't do that, then marketing is packaging and really bringing it to, fore. So that's one take that I've really pushed my product category to create product for women first. Then only we can talk. But happy to see that people are taking their financial decisions, because I agree with, there's a lot of education that is required.
Just a quick one. Like I said, it was really heartening to see all the women here putting their hands up, and that's the point. I think, what we're talking about is what used to happen much more. When you're getting into the younger, the Gen Zs, I am seeing a huge difference, in the way that they look at their life, their money, and that's really wonderful. The other thing I think is, whenever we talk, do we look at equal opportunities? And I'll give you a very small incident which doesn't have actually anything to do with money. But we sponsor the Olympics, and we had to choose a brand ambassador. And the first thing I said was, immediately some cricketers' names came. And I was like, no, how do we be different? How do we attract? And we actually chose PV Sindhu. And after choosing her, we realized that, I don't know how many of you know, she is one of the most inspirational women in this country. She's the second highest paid sportsperson, not sportswoman. And it's just that when you think, automatically, and we do this as a mistake as marketers, we just think 1, 2, 3. We have to challenge our thinking, and I think as all of us here, men and women, we need to do that. We need to look differently, think differently, and it's giving equal representation. It's not choosing one over the other.
Amrita, I'm just the same question, but I'm going to ask it slightly differently to you. I think part of the responsibility is probably also what you represent with respect to the content you create, right? Because some part of it is also what you end up seeing. Fortunately or unfortunately, it still seems like a Saas Bahu world, and it shouldn't, to at least. And I know there are efforts towards balancing that. I'm not taking that away, but unfortunately, it is not the largest share of the conversations in that sense. So, little bit, I think there as well.
Absolutely. Look, sitting here and listening to the four of you, right? I haven't had a refreshing conversation like this in a very long time. And I'm not even calling it a panel discussion, right? And we as a content company, we're at the other end of the spectrum. When I say other end of the spectrum, not only because the way Anisha put it across, we are blamed to make content, curating content more for women, right? Now, what that content is the question that you asked. But the fact is, most of these products that they were talking about, sorry to say, I've not even heard of it, but I'm a serious investor. I take decisions. I did raise my hand. I did take my financial investment decisions on my own, but unfortunately, I've not really heard of it, right? So I'll answer your question first. See, over the last 10 years, if you actually look at it, right, every little piece of our content, we're very consciously, it may not be palatable to people like us, but the fact is beyond us, there is a world out there is a country out there who's actually embracing this content and also getting inspired by these characters. And that is why, you all touched upon how you were using influencers, right, for the brilliant example that you gave. Some of our characters are, they have greater social media following than some of the social media born influencers, right? Digital born influencers. So, and why do they follow them? They follow them because fundamentally they stand for something that is so aspirational for the consumer, right? And I would say, I hear you, and it is that cohort that actually believes that it is still regressive. But what I would like to say is there's a world out there that actually think that content is so progressive that, because their life is so different from ours. Sure. Right? And while we would create all of this, and I will still urge you all to have, because, I am so confident and it is so promising to see that the women leaders sitting out here, and for the audience out here, this was not a I mean, this was not intentional, right? Banking industry, if you look at it, even when I started my career, this was the only sector that possibly had women leaders and a bench strength always. You know, all of you would remember many, you know, banking leaders, right? Women. So, yeah, so SBI as well, you know, even all of them actually. So the point is, I will take it seriously, and we will also try and see in terms of, you know, what we can do. But Hotstar content, that if you see it, that's more for you and your
The
kind of
question was more
progressive
television
thinking, right?
and not OTT at all. So
Yeah.
fair
All
enough.
right,
Okay,
yeah.
so that's all we had. And I know it's time for lunch, and we will not keep you. So thank you for being nice and patient with us. Thank you, everybody.
The loudest cheers, please. Nari Shakti Zindabad in the true sense of the term. Thank you so much. I'll request Ishank Joshi, co-founder and CEO, Mob Avenue, and Satyabrata Das, Chief Alliance Officer, Lakshya Media Group, and co-founder, Freedom Factory, to come up on stage, please, for the mementos. Can we please have the mementos on stage, please? This is indeed the moment, the best moment before lunch indeed. Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a group photo of all of them together? Can we have one group photo, please? All of you together. Kya baat hai, summing it up before lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now all set to break for lunch. I'll request all delegates to kindly proceed outside for lunch, and I'll see you on the other side very soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now breaking for lunch. I'll request all delegates to kindly proceed for lunch this side. Over here to my right, all delegates kindly proceed for lunch this side. Thank you. We're all set to start in the next 2 to 3 minutes. I hope you all had a great lunch. Yummy food is all we like, right? Food से energy आता है कि नहीं? Food से energy आया है कि नहीं? थोड़ा हाथ ऊपर कर दीजिए जिन लोग को energy मिला है अच्छे से. Lot of insights, lot of knowledge. We now move forward to the second session, the second half, and we're all set to get going. We'll just request you all to kindly hold on to your patience till we get our panelists and all our guests sorted, and then we can quickly move forward. I believe we are all ready, so let's get going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of Pitch, BFSI Marketing Summit and Awards 2023. The hashtag for the moment is hashtag Pitch, BFSI Marketing. So please keep tweeting. Please share your insights with the industry at large. Before we start and move forward, I would like to thank our partners. Presenting partner, Dangle Ads, global leader in performance marketing, powered by Lakshya Media Group, and Disney Star. Disney Star, as we all know, is India's #1 storyteller and the country's leading media and entertainment company with over 700 million viewers on its TV network and, of course, the largest OTT platform. Growth partner, Mob Avenue, your growth partner. Can we have the partner AVs for display, please? Thank you so much, my friends at the console, for playing all the AVs. We now move forward swiftly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to celebrate and honor the outstanding achievements of the chief marketing officers who have played a pivotal role in shaping the marketing landscape of the BFSI industry. In an era of rapid technological advancements, evolving customer preferences, and dynamic market conditions, the role of chief marketing officers in the BFSI sector has never been more critical. These visionary leaders have not only navigated their organizations through unprecedented challenges, but have also charted new horizons of innovation and customer engagement. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege of recognizing the dedication, creativity, and strategic prowess of these remarkable individuals at Lakshya Pitch BFSI Marketer Awards. They have not only demonstrated excellence in marketing, but have also showcased their ability to drive growth, foster trust, and deliver exceptional customer experiences in an industry that touches the lives of millions. Let's take a look and move forward without any ado. Let's begin the awards. For this, may I please call upon stage Mr. Naval Ahuja. Okay, so we just have a few more minutes before we get going, so I hope you all are excited. Any ideas who are the winners this time? Anybody who wants to make any guesses? Any guesses? Wild guesses, random guesses, anything works. किसी का कुछ guess है वगैरह, anyone wants to say something? Okay, if I ask you, what is your biggest takeaway from the first half of the awards and summit so far? Anybody wants to say anything? We have had some lovely insights and discussions. किसी को कुछ बोलना है? The mic is all yours. I want to present it to you. Sir, कुछ बोलना है आपको?
I've just come,
so you're all set to get entertained in the best way possible. Anybody who's been here right from the very beginning and been very patient? कोई है यहाँ पे? I see some hand. Oh, wonderful, madam. Lovely to have you. What has been your expectation and how has this event delivered so far?
So actually I loved the event and so far it has been really enlightening. So one thing that I really took away from all of the presentations and discussions which were made was marketing is a lot about, actually marketing is completely about the consumer and not about the company and the profits. It is about the profits, but you won't get the profits along your way if you don't have the customers on your end, on your side. So that is what I really took away from here. And as a marketing student, it really gave me a lot of insight into how to approach marketing from now on. So yes, thank you so much.
Perfect. Think consumers, think customers. Round out of cheers, ladies and gentlemen, for our lovely insights. So I'll request all of you to kindly play the partner AV once again, and then we can genuinely begin with the awards.
I'm in a sweet spot, I'm feeling good. The sun is shining, I knew it would. The world's a playground, I'm in the clouds. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. Check it out. Just check it out. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out.
Thank you so much for the partner AV. Now, without further ado, let's begin the awards. For this, may I please have the privilege of calling on stage Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder Exchange for Media. Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen, and for Mr. Alok Jalan, MD Lakshya Media Group as well. And can we please also have Mr. Atul Srivastav, Group CEO, Lakshya Media Group on stage as well to felicitate all the winners. Hi, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Before I begin, I just wanted to set a context for, what we are doing in the afternoon today. This is the first edition of our BFSI Marketing Conference and BFSI Marketing Awards in the evening. And we thought, why not also recognize leaders in the ecosystem who've been doing high quality work in the last few years. Marketing has always been specialization, and what's happened in the last 10 years, especially with the advent and growth of digital and technology, marketing has really become a, what you call many sub-specializations now. CMOs sit on the boards of many companies. CMOs also work hand in hand with the CTOs, CIOs of many companies. And you would have noticed that, there are two segments, if I can call them, where we have created specialist events or specialist awards and conferences. One is what we've been doing for the last 4 years now, which is health and wellness marketing. Health and wellness marketing is an area where I can't call it a sector, right? There are at least 20 industries, especially after COVID, 25 sectors which are now focusing a lot on health and wellness, and BFSI is the other one. BFSI as a category has also been a leader in kind of catching on to what's happening in technology, in digital. Performance marketing as a word, I think, was coined for and by the BFSI industry. If you look at it, I was talking to some, leaders in the television industry, and they were telling me how the BFSI industry has really moved on into digital. I think it's perhaps the sector which is already doing more than 50% spends on digital, which is also setting trends, discovering, what are the new things happening, whether it's content, influencer marketing, programmatic advertising. So with all of that in, mind, we thought of creating this initiative, which is the first edition of BFSI Marketing Awards and the conference. I hope the first half was fruitful for all of you. What you'll see in the next half an hour are co-curated list awardees, the best leaders in the BFSI marketing space. This is the first year that we are doing this, and I do join us all in congratulating these winners. Why this is happening in the afternoon? is that, we want to keep you all awake after lunch. There'll be, a lot of high quality leaders on stage for you to listen to. So thank you again for joining us, Mr. Jalan. Thank you so much for partnering with us. If there's anything you want to add to this. Thank you. Thank you, Naval. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. So without further ado, let's begin the awards, ladies and gentlemen. Loud round of cheers for the awards and the awardees. Let's have the first winner.
Congratulations, Abhinav Iyer, Senior General Manager, Marketing and Strategy, Muthoot Finance.
Loud cheers, congratulations, Abhinav Iyer. For all of you, I must tell you all, Abhinav has over 17 years of extensive exposure in strategy, marketing, advertising, innovation, and business transformation roles in the banking and financial services industry, both in India as well as the United Kingdom. Congratulations once again, Abhinav. Loud round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we do it. So a few words from your end. So a few words, we'd like to have few words from your end. You want to use this or?
Thank you very much, the entire jury. Thank you, Dr. Batra and Naval. You have always been novel in your concepts. So thank you for putting this together. Actually, incidentally, I've also completed 10 years with the brand now as the brand manager. So it's been a great transformation journey for the brand in the last 10 years. We have engaged Mr. Bachchan. We have engaged Madhuri ji as our brand ambassadors in the last 2 years. Gold loan is a very typical industry by itself because it's more of an emotional asset that people pledge with us. So to bring about that transformation and to build that trust amongst people. And we're also glad that today Gold loan has become, I was speaking to some of my friends in the industry over lunch, and they were speaking how gold loan has become a very household name now, how many banks and NBFCs have actually jumped into this bandwagon. So we take humble pride in bringing a lot of respect to this category. And if I were to say some numbers, we serve more than 2.5 lakh customers every single day. We have a network of more than 6,000 branches across the length and breadth of the country. People often think of us as a South-based company, but we are a pan-India Bharat brand as one of the events which Naval had put together. We are a Bharat brand in true sense. We have served more than 72 crore customers, including repeat customers, which is more than half of India's population. And we have a legacy of more than 135 years. So it's a great brand to be part of. And I dedicate this award especially to my 5-month-old daughter. I've been blessed with a baby daughter. And also to my 10-year-old son, otherwise he's going to kill me if I don't take his name. So this is to Vidya and Ashutosh. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. May the appreciation keep coming. Taliyon ki goons, ladies and gentlemen. Thoda aur zyada, please. A lot of hard work and effort goes into getting an award. So definitely, we can definitely go forward. This was just the first award. There are many more going forward. As we progress, are we ready to have the next award in place? Can we have the next announcement, please?
Congratulations, Abhijit Podwal, Senior Vice President and Head Marketing, India First Life Insurance Company Limited.
Congratulations, Abhijit, sir. It's a privilege to have you over here. This is a special moment indeed. Can we please continue clapping and not stop, ladies and gentlemen? Request Abhijit sir to say a few words. I'll hold it for you.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you, of course, to the jury and Mr. Ahuja, Mr. Dr. Batra for bringing all of us together. There are many marketing friends that I see here, and one thing that I'd like to tell you about the organization is that as an organization promoted by Bank of Baroda, which is one of India's largest banks, we are also distributed across more than 16,000 locations with Bank of Baroda and Union Bank. But let's talk about marketing for a second. So something interesting that keeps our team busy really at work is going beyond just the big idea approach. That you have a big idea and that's what defines the brand. So we are also really looking to finally try and reach the customer, which is a segment of one approach, where through marketing automation and really hyper personalization, we're trying to build automated engines which will really finally make us talk to, let's say, for example, Abhinav as Abhinav, and bring the right product solutions to them. So I feel that marketing really is merging a lot more with technology. And I think these are areas that we explore, and that's what keeps us busy at office. Of course, I'd like to thank once again our team, my whole marketing team, which has put me on stage here, really, because they are the one who do all the heavy lifting. And of course, all our agency networks who really bring their best to the table when they work with us, including Laksh and including part of the Dentsu network and the IPG network. So thanks again for all of you guys. Thanks.
Congratulations, sir. May the celebrations keep coming, may the awards keep coming as well. That's it. Congratulations, Abhijit, sir, once again. We now move forward to our next winner, please.
Congratulations, Amit Dhingra, Director of Acquisition Consumer Sales, American Express.
Unfortunately, Amit sir's flight is delayed, so he's unfortunately not been able to be present here. But still, we can keep the appreciation coming, ladies and gentlemen. The hard work has not stopped, and I'm sure he'll be doing even better going forward. So, loud cheers for Amit sir. May we move forward to our next winner, please?
Congratulations, Gaurav Rajput, MD and Head Consumer Bank Marketing Asia, Standard Chartered Bank.
Let's give it up for Gaurav sir, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, sir. I would like you to say a few words.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Naval, Dr. Batra, Alok, thank you very much for the recognition. Obviously, these are moments when you really think a lot about the people who got you here, and that's really, that's sitting here and people back in the office who've really the ones who put you up here, right? And it's really great to represent all of them here. More importantly, also our agency partners, right? So Dentsu, Publicis, TBWA, whom we worked with in the past as well, have done some really great work for us, and I'm very grateful for all their support. I heard a lot of things about Bharat brand, right? And you may think, here's a foreign bank, what does it have to do with Bharat Bank or Bharat brand? But interestingly, we're more Bharat than many brands because we are 160 years old in this country. And the first branch for Standard Chartered globally started in India, in Calcutta. So we're as linked to the fortunes of this country over the last 160 years as anybody else's. But we're very proud of our bank and our business. And there are many iconic things that this bank has done over the years. You may not see as much of us as we'd like you to see. But the truth is that, and I was explaining this to Alok over lunch, that I think marketing is becoming highly personalized and highly targeted, right? And that's what we try and do. We try and create experiential experiences for our clients, try and be as personalized and targeted as we can. And it's paid us good dividends. I mean, we're an extremely profitable and successful bank, and hopefully many of you bank with us. If you don't, you should experience us. So on that note, thank you very much.
Congratulations, Gaurav sir, once again. थोड़ा और ज़्यादा ज़ोर से हम ताली बजा सकते हैं, I believe. Yes, that's how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect. Before we move to the next award, I would like to have the privilege of calling Mr. Ajay Mittal, Director, LML and Venture Partner, Ascent Capital, on stage to kindly give away the next set of awards. Can we please clap for Ajay sir, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. So I request my friends in the console to kindly have the AV for our next winner.
Congratulations, Sai Narayan, Chief Marketing Officer, Policy Bazaar.
All right, just a quick update. Sai Narayan sir, he's not here, so we have a special video bite from his end, so we can still continue clapping when the video bite plays. Can we have the video bite from Sai sir, please?
I am truly honored to receive the Best CMO Award. A big thank you to the editorial team, Anurag sir, Team Lakshay, for believing me I'm worthy of this award. I take this award on behalf of the Team Policy Bazaar, which over the last decade and a half has been committed to educate Indians about protecting their loved ones. We still have a long way to go and will stay committed to this path. Thank you so much again for this award.
Thank you, sir, for that video bite. With this, we quickly move on to our next winner, please.
Congratulations, Sujata V. Kumar, Head of Marketing, India and South Asia, Visa.
Congratulations, Sujata ma'am. Let's give it up for Sujata ma'am, ladies and gentlemen. Louder, please. We have a few words from your end, ma'am.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you, Naval and Anurag, for always recognizing marketers and marketing, and also for setting up this inaugural BFSI Marketing Summit. I was here since the morning. I was part of the panel discussion, the last one before lunch. And it was really very, very engaging to see the participation from all of you here. I've been in marketing for over 25 years now, and marketing was a very different world when I started. And I'm really, really happy to see the growth, the change. And, you know, we've tried, each one of us, to stay up with the changes. So I'd like to tell all of you budding marketers and those who are going to continue in this field, change is the only constant. Keep going at it. I've been actually in the BFSI industry only 8 years out of my 25. I was in the FMCG industry for the longest of time. And I always thought somehow when you come into BFSI, marketing may be not as exciting, but boy, was I wrong. I think the last 5 years that I've been working in Visa and in marketing, it's been one of the most challenging. With the pandemic, we know how digital payments have grown, and it has just been the most exciting place to do marketing. And with that, lastly, but definitely not least, I'd love to thank my brand, Visa, my company, my team. This is actually goes to all of them who make me be here today. And thank you very much again.
Thank you, ma'am. You have been a visionary and a pioneer. Thank you so much for the lovely excellence that you have had so far. We'll now quickly move on to our next award. Can we please have our next award winner, please?
Congratulations, Sapna Desai, Chief Marketing Officer, Manipal Cigna Health Insurance.
Let's give it up for Sapna ma'am, ladies and gentlemen. Louder, please. Yes. Can't hear you. Louder. Yes, that's how we do it, right. Congratulations, ma'am. Request you to say a few words on this prestigious win.
Thank you so much. I mean, thank you, Naval. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you. And thank you to the jury for, this recognition. Really honored to be here. Hearing so many people say about the journey in marketing, really it's been phenomenal. And I think it's one of the best time to be in marketing at this stage. And going forward, I mean, the role of a marketer has changed. The arsenal with you has really evolved. I mean, looking at our experience where marketing was more of an art, that's how I started. I started with Ogilvy advertising. So it's been from there to using your analytical muscle and data and tech to marketing also being a science. So I think it's a great evolution, great time to be here. Interestingly, so I want to really thank people, with whom, who have helped me get here, my team, my agency, my partners. Incidentally, Gaurav is also here today. He was the person who recruited me in my current role. So, thank you so much, Gaurav. It's a, long journey, 10 years in this organization, but, my boss is here, my first boss. in this. Yes, so thank you, Gaurav. Really great to see you here. And thank you and congratulations to everyone in this room. Yeah, so great work. Keep it going. Thank you so much.
The boss is always indeed right, especially when it comes to a decision like this. Wonderful. Congratulations, ma'am. Can we please have our next winner, please?
Congratulations, Chandra Mohan Mehra, Chief Marketing Officer, Bajaj Allianz Life.
Let's give it up for Chandra Mohan sir, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, sir, for the win. What a moment indeed. So I request you to kindly say a few words about this lovely journey that you have had so far.
Thanks, Naval. Thanks, Dr. Batra. This belongs to my incredibly passionate teams at Bajaj Allianz Life and our service partners. Naval, you spoke about performance marketing, and it got me reflecting on some of the stuff which BFSI has been contributing to the industry at large. Yeah, and performance is one of the things, but I still believe the marketeers have still a lot of room to play on, because BFSI is also notorious for one of the words associated with it is complex. Complex in terms of jargonization of many terminologies, the consumer journeys. I believe with all the leaders here, I'm sure everybody is thinking about this. In couple of years, on the back of new age tech, I'm sure the marketeers will facilitate simplification of journeys, de-jargonization, and someday, like performance is associated with BFSI, simplification will get associated with BFSI marketing. Thanks.
Mr. Vaidyanathan, as many of you know, was the keynote speaker in the morning, and he was showing me a grid, hidden charges by banks. You know, when you do an NEFT transaction, how much do you pay? When you do a UPI transaction. So I think de-jargonization starts with, removing all of these hidden charges. That will make life simpler. So he was telling me that how IDFC has created a simple grid, no hidden charges for anything, right? I'm sure that's helped the bank in growing, and you can look at their market cap. But yes, you're right. Jargonization, especially in the technology and finance space, these are like confusing for customers. But congratulations again, Chandramohan.
My voice is loud enough anyway. Thank you so much to all the winners. With that, we come to an end of this interesting award session. I'll request you all to kindly take your seats. And yes, loud cheers, please. No hesitation. Yes, that's how we do it. All right, before we move to the next session, I'll just tell you all a little bit about my interest towards quiz, games. बचपन से अमिताभ बच्चन सर को देखते आए हूँ केबीसी खेलते हुए, कभी सोचा नहीं था कि ऐसा मौका मिलेगा in front of so many dignitaries. केबीसी तो नहीं है, लेकिन we'll have a quick quiz related to the topics that we are talking. Of course, anybody who knows the answer is more than free to raise their hands, and you can just win something really special. So are you all ready for this quiz? Can we have a special quiz? Just 3 questions, but we'll have fun. Are you all ready? Louder, louder. मजा नहीं आ रहा? Yes, perfect. So the first question for this quiz is, as we all know, India became the world's 5th largest economy recently. When is it expected to become the 4th largest? And also, which country is it set to overtake? Does anybody know the answer? Can I see some hands raising over here? We have somebody over there. Quickly coming to you, sir, before koi aur jawab de de.
I think it's the Germany that we are going to overtake by 2025.
So you're partially correct, sir. It will exceed Germany. The expected year is 2026. But can we still please clap? I think that's a great answer. Fantastic stuff, sir. What's your name, sir? Sudeep Mondal.
Yeah.
So can we have the gift for Mr. Sudeep Mondal, please? He's answered it correctly. Over here. देखो लंबे हाथ का फायदा. Congratulations, sir. Great answer indeed. I think we are all motivated to continue with this session. और दो ही है. So I think the fight is on. So the next question that we have for you all is, India's advertising spend per capita is about 1/100th the per capita spend of the US. What is the advertising per capita spend of the US? Does anybody know the answer? Any hands raising? Somebody from here raised their hands, I believe. Over there. Okay. Interesting answers for this Lakshya special quiz, huh?
In thousands?
Not really, but very close. Thank you for attempting. Brave move. Anybody over here knows the answer? This is a special Lakshya group quiz. So can we have some interesting answers? उनको पता है, आपको पता है सर? आ जाता हूँ मैं आपके पास भाग के.
Around $920.
Very close, in fact closer than him. Would you like to take a second guess? आपके लिए दे भी रहा हूँ मैं second guess. This is one of those rare instances, second time भी गलत हो गया. कोई बात नहीं. Anybody else over here knows the answer? किसी को पता है? कोई wild guess ही ले लीजिए. उनको पता है. मुझे लगता है आपका जिंदगी में लक्ष्य बहुत क्लियर है. This is why you're coming up with interesting answers for लक्ष्य quiz.
950.
Very quick, I think very clear. बहुत लोग नजदीक गए, but I don't think we still have the correct answer. So I think we don't have a winner for this specific question. So closest, I think there was somebody who said 920, right? Who was the one who said 920? You, right? So you get the award, the prize for this one. The correct answer is $885 per person. So you can still get the trophy. Loud cheers, please, ladies and gentlemen, for him. He was the closest in this answer. All right, moving on to the final question of this Laksh special quiz. China's economy is 5.5 times of India's economy. How much does it actually spend on advertising? Anybody? Do I see hands raising? किसी को पता है ये? Guess ले लो sir, ma'am, कोई भी चलेगा कुछ भी. As long as you are close, you can still win. Anybody wants to attempt? It can still be called a brave attempt, huh? Anything related to China is brave. You want to answer, sir? Here.
105 billion.
Very close, but I'll still take few more answers to see if somebody can get it accurately, but good one. Good attempt. Anybody else wants to take an attempt? We can have more participation. इतना serious कुछ नहीं है सर. कोई marks नहीं deduct हो रहे हैं यहाँ पे. अगर कोई school का examination नहीं, you can still keep attempting. Anybody else wants to try? I've just seen one hand over there. किसी और को try करना है? Anybody? कम से कम दो और लोग please try कर लीजिए. Request है मेरे end से. Anybody? You, brave.
198. 198.
198 is close. So close yet so far. कोई बात नहीं. You have an answer? मुझे पता नहीं क्यों लग रहा है कि ये वाला आंसर एकदम prompt होगा एकदम.
130 billion.
क्या बात है? Let's give it up. The exact correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. इनके लिए भी प्राइज लाया जाए. आ जाइए सर इधर. आ जाइए सर इधर, छुपिए मत. प्राइज जीते हो आप, एकदम खुल के सामने आइए. Come on. ओवर हियर, देखो प्राइज इधर है. You can still pose for all of them. Thank you so much. So this was the very interesting Laksh special quiz. We are all now set to move forward with the next panel discussion. Okay. So a lot of interesting chats, quiz, sab kuch hua. We now move forward to our next discussion. The topic for the moment is leveraging digitization in BFSI marketing. Leveraging digitization in marketing is crucial for staying competitive, I believe. Embrace online platforms, personalize marketing and data analytics to understand customer behavior better. Leverage data to tailor product offerings and marketing campaigns, enhancing customer satisfaction. Digitization streamlines processes, reduces costs, and allows for agile marketing strategies, ultimately enhancing customer engagement and driving growth in the BFSI sector. To take this forward, I would like to request Sarvesh Bagla, CEO, Tech Magnate, to come up on stage, along with few respected other panelists as well. Do we have Sarvesh Bagla over here? Till the time we get the panel set up, do we have Sarvesh Bagla? I'll call the next one. Jahid Ahmed, Senior Vice President and Head of Digital Acquisition, Website, Content and Social Media Marketing, HDFC Bank. Do we have Javed? Moving forward, we have Pulkit Narayan, CEO, Dangle Ads. Azmat Habibullah, Chief Marketing Officer, South Indian Bank. Ratin Lahiri, Head Marketing and CSR, SBI General Insurance. And Siddharth Dabhare, Managing Director, MIQ. Can we have the panel set up for all these lovely people? थोड़ा सा टाइम दे दीजिए till the time we have all of them ready. सर मैं कुछ हेल्प करूं? हाँ? थैंक यू मुझे सुपरमैन समझने के लिए. उठा लो कहाँ से उठाओ? यहाँ से. Till the time we have the panel ready, हम लोग ऐसे कुछ एक्टिविटीज करेंगे. किसी को कुछ ट्रेंड डिस्प्ले करना है यहाँ पे? I know there's a lot of intense discussion about BFSI, marketing, finance, serious stuff. Let me ask all of you an interesting question. We all love our first pocket money, right? So what was your first pocket money and what is your most favorite memory? Does anybody wants to answer that? किसी का पहला pocket money and जो शायद हम लोग को parents से मिला होगा, या दादा दादी से मिला होगा with a lot of love. And any emotional or any interesting story that anybody wants to share about their first pocket money since we are talking about finances? किसी को कुछ बोलना है? ये story तो सबके पास होगा, कोई ना कोई तो share कर सकते हो. You want to share? I think your smile says it all.
Mine was like 150 rupees. I got it from my mother, and like a typical girl, I saved it.
Very nice. Anybody else with interesting stories? Their first pocket money, किसी को बोलना है? दादा से मिला था, दादी से मिला था या किसी और से मिला था वो भी चलेगा. As long as you get it. So I am genuinely trying to assume and absorb the fact that किसी को यहाँ पे पहला pocket money किसी और से नहीं मिला. Everybody has earned it on their own. But chalo, that's why you all have been visionaries and that's why you all are here in the place that you are. Wonderful stuff. I believe we are getting ready with the panels. So मुझे थोड़ा और आप लोग के साथ खेलना है, यहाँ पे बातचीत करना है. And I genuinely don't know what I'm going to say. You can see I'm totally going off script. कुछ भी बोल रहा हूँ मैं, आप लोग शायद सोच रहे होंगे. But let me tell you my story. My first pocket money was 50 rupees. I used to go to school. I'm a 90s kid. And since we're talking about consumer products, marketing वगैरह, there's this brand of chips called Kurkure, जो बहुत interesting तरीके से marketing करता था. And the reason why we used to prefer Kurkure ahead of Lay's after school was quantity थोड़ा ज़्यादा था. Lay's का जो average 20 rupees का quantity है उससे ज़्यादा कुरकुरे में होता था. So we all used to think that यार 50 रुपए मिलते हैं, 50 रुपए में 20 रुपए थोड़ा सा खाने के लिए क्यों करें? We'll spend it rather on कुरकुरे. Every day I used to spend. उसके बाद for obvious reasons मुझे वो पैसे भी मिलना बंद हो गया by my mother because my mother was really after me and my health. But I think that's what we realized, in terms of finance, in terms of money. We all want to earn money. We all want to create wealth in the best way possible. But I think the best way is to actually take experts' advice. Yeah, ma'am? Panelists have come, okay. So, और बकवास नहीं सुनना आप लोग को मेरा, we can go forward with the session. So, I believe we all have the panelists ready. So, can we please loudly clap for them, ladies and gentlemen? We have an interesting session. सबके लिए जोर से ताली बजा दीजिए, please. And I'll invite all the panelists on stage. So we have Sarvesh Bagla, CEO Tech Magnate. We have Jahid Ahmed, Senior Vice President and Head of Digital Acquisition, Website, Content and Social Media Marketing, HDFC Bank. We have Pulkit Narayan, CEO Dangle Ads. We have Azmat Habibullah, Chief Marketing Officer, South Indian Bank. We have Ratin Lahiri, Head Marketing and CSR, SBI General Insurance. We have Siddharth Dabhare, Managing Director, MIQ. We'll just quickly set up the panel and I believe almost all our panelists are here. Let's give it up for them. The first panel discussion post-lunch, ladies and gentlemen, after the awards. Let's give it up loudly. Let's show some more energy, please. I believe we are waiting for one more of our respected panelists. So can we please give it some more time? Do we begin? Check. Okay. So we are all set to begin, and sir will be joining us on stage, carrying it forward. So the stage is all yours, sir and ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Great. I think BFSI is one of my favorite industry. It was the first industry to get digitized, and BFSI industry is all about money as well. So obviously, it's a good industry, right? More importantly, I firmly believe that BFSI as an industry will play a very key role as India gets into the next stage of growth. I think what I've seen is over 2 decades. I've been active in this industry as an investor and as a consumer as well. So what I've seen is that relatively in India, BFSI industry has been managed in a very good way. We have banks who are doing so well, and we have the private sector banks, public sector banks, small finance banks, and so on, right? So many innovations, but still we have managed to balance all the risks in a good way. And the most recent example has been when some of the banks in the US or other economies had been going under, we pretty much kind of did very well, and I'm sure the industry experts here would be able to throw a lot more light on these things. Small finance banks, so much innovation in that area as well. Insurance has been growing. We've just been discussing with Ratin how all aspects of insurance has been growing, and that's a good sign because insurance is all about risk management, and I think as a nation we are getting smarter on how we are planning to manage risks. So that's a good sign as well. Meaning fintech has been a revolution in itself. UPI has been doing so well. So in this context, I think a lot of digitization has happened, and a lot of digitization has yet to happen as we go along, because as we know, a large part of our economy is connected, but some part of our economy is not yet connected, and which will also happen over a period of time. So setting this context, what I would start with is probably, every panelist can introduce themselves. Let me introduce myself. So I'm Siddharth. I'm Managing Director at MIQ Digital. So we work with a lot of data. We have a global data lake. We have a big India data lake as well. So, and it is all GDPR compliant. And with that, then we go into data science solutions and combine that with programmatic media and other media. So we do a lot of very innovative data science solutions and combine that with media solutions. And we work in all the industries. And we are like a global $1 billion MNC, and I look after the India business for MIQ and for the APAC strategy. Rest of the panelists can introduce themselves. So Ratin, yeah.
So I'm Ratin Lahiri. I head marketing and CSR for SBI General Insurance Company. We are approximately close to 12,000 crore company. As I was mentioning to Siddharth, the industry is such that it's growing very, very rapidly. It's a massive industry growing at 15% and it's a very exciting place to kind of be there.
Hello, good evening. I'm Azmat Habibullah. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of South Indian Bank. Just a bit about South Indian Bank. It's a legacy private sector bank, 94-year-old bank. And food for thought, 95% of our transactions are digital. I've been a banker for a large part of my career. Previous to this, I was in ICICI Bank for a long time. And we are in the process here in South Indian Bank of massive digital transformation, and I'm happy to take the lead on that.
Hello guys, this is Pulkit Narayan, founder and CEO for Dangle Arts. So we launched this company almost 6 years back, and today we are here serving most of the BFSI clients which are already here, right? So we are specialized in 360 marketing solution, majorly performance marketing and programmatic. So we have our own set of audience segmentation which is available to every client, which can be pushed at any given point of time. So this is what we do, and BFSI has been contributing almost 55% of overall ad spends, especially in our industry. So yes, it's a great thing for us here.
Hi, I'm Sarvesh Bagla. I'm the founder and CEO of Tech Magnet.
Tech Magnate is a leading digital marketing agency that specializes in SEO. So 7-8 years ago, we started working in BFSI marketing with Bajaj FinServ, and over the years, we've sort of helped them dominate search across every single line of business in BFSI. And because of the good work we've done with them, we now work with a large number of banks, NBFCs, fintechs. So we've got some fantastic experience on the BFSI side. Thank you.
Great. So this is a question to everyone. So you can talk about some key highlights of your business, and then also give insights on what are the key digital channels which have proven to be the most effective in your business, and probably also take an overview on the BFSI sector as well. So your business, channels for your business, and how do you see digital channels for overall BFSI sector as well?
Okay. So let me begin. So India has approximately 140 crore odd consumers or citizens. If we take our mother company, State Bank of India, that has got around 45 to 48 crore bank accounts or customers, right? And if you look at each of the subsidiaries of the bank, whether it's life insurance, general insurance, mutual funds, cards, what they have successfully done is tap into the mothership and be able to cross-sell and upsell. As a result, actually barring SBI General Insurance, which came into the business 10 years later, all the other subsidiaries are actually leaders in their category. So mutual funds, SBI Mutual Fund is the leader, SBI Life Insurance, private sector, they're the leader, and so on and so forth. Right? So I think, as Azmat was also saying, if you take a certain category of customers who are actually transacting, they are all digital. So I think for financial services today, if you look at the addressable market, if you look at the customers who are kind of transacting, they are almost 100% digital. Now, some of them may choose to, not do certain transactions digitally and so on, but that's a really, really very small single-digit percentage, right? So that is the first point, that customers today for most financial services, are digital. And maybe they are not acquired digitally, but their retention, their upsell, cross-sell, their whole, customer lifecycle management is all actually, largely managed digitally. So that, I would say, is a very, very key point in this category. The second thing I think is that over the last 3-4 years, and largely because of, I would say, Aadhaar, because of UPI, I think what has happened is India today, digitally is an absolute first world country, right? I mean, I think that is without question. I personally think that even compared to a lot of the European countries, we're actually ahead of them, right? So while our physical infrastructure might be taking some time to, grow and evolve, the digital infrastructure today is actually world class, right? And customers are, so that's the second point. The third is, I think we are a very young nation, right? I think our median age is, 31, 32, whatever. As a result of that, you find that the adoption of newer technologies, has been very, very high. The fact that today, smartphone penetration is virtually everybody again has a smartphone. The penetration of WhatsApp again, and WhatsApp used for communication, WhatsApp used for transactions is very, very high. All of this has meant that it's actually easier for you to reach out to a customer, and it's equally easier for a customer to reach out to you and complete a transaction digitally than to do it in any other format. So I think because of all of this, this I think has laid the seeds for a faster growth, faster adoption, lower costs, and therefore higher, to a certain extent, higher profitability for customers. But more important, I think, because India is again such a competitive market, the lower cost structures have all got passed on as benefits largely to the customers. So, across categories, the cost of operations in India are one of the lowest in financial services. That again has led to higher adoption because the price points are lower. So, so all in all, I think it's an absolutely exciting phase. And you couple this with the fact that we are a $3.5–4 trillion economy, and is, in the next 3, 4, 5 years will be $8–10 trillion, which is doubling of the economy, which is doubling of, the income levels. All of this means there is high growth available for, any of the market participants.
Great. So, yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of digital channels and how it is evolving, I mean, BFSI has been an industry which has, adopted digital at the fastest pace, and literally all the channels are in good use, at least for BFSI sector, and each one has their pros and cons. Just one thing which is what has worked for us and which I would like to touch upon, and which is very significant also in banking, is that our journey with the customer starts from the customer opening an account. Unlike some of the other industries, it doesn't end with the purchase, it actually starts from that purchase. And that, for us, a customer is profitable when the customer transacts with us, or makes us the primary banker. Everybody has multiple accounts. All of you all would be having at least 3 to 4 accounts. But you will have one which is your primary bank, and that is our endeavor. So as to be profitable, and so as for the customer also to add value. And for this, something which we do and which is very important is, automated trigger-based campaigns. It is also powered by AR. So this is, based on the customer's behavioral input and transactional inputs, which are, analyzed, and then triggers are posted, and there is a whole lot of communication which has been pre-designed and pre-made, but it is served to the customer basis the trigger. So you as a customer get a very personalized communication, and you're not bombarded by an overdose, but it is done basis your behavior. I'll just give you an example. And in that sense, an onboarding process for a customer, which is the first 90 days, is very critical for us as a bank. And we do these automated trigger-based campaigns, especially. This is one of the areas where we do it. So once the customer is opened an account, the next step, logical step, would be, of course, to tell him or her everything about the bank and all the channels, and activate all our digital channels, the banking app, the internet banking, and WhatsApp banking, and all the channels that we have, and sequentially move the customer up the curve. So, for example, we've activated a debit card, then we would serve debit card offers. We would induce the customer to make basic level transactions on the app once they've activated the app, and then gradually evolve to investment solutions, and so on and so forth. And the whole idea is to ensure that at least 3 to 4 transactions happen in the first 45 days, and this is absolutely essential to prevent early attrition of a customer. Also to activate them digitally, because digitally, customers who are on digital platforms are 80% more sticky with your bank. So given these insights, this kind of an automated trigger-based approach has really worked for us. And it has scored on all the key matrices of higher balances, lower attrition, lower dormancy, and so on. In terms of a bit about where the industry is going, I mean, we are fast moving to an age where we are talking not only personalization, but we're talking about personalization at scale, even for non-customers. So that's where the industry is moving to. And it's no longer an option for all of us here, all of us marketeers here to do segmented and, personalized and data-driven campaigns. It is absolutely essential, and it's not enough just doing that. We also need to serve the right communication to the right customer at the right time, at the moment of truth, which is where it makes the difference.
So Siddharth, I personally think, because obviously these are the clients, right? So we are the audience, and I should be sitting there idly. But yes, whatever we are consuming as of now, if we realize that the way BFSI sector has adapted, digital ecosystem, you talk about any channels, you talk about social media, you talk about mobile, you talk about content, you talk about video for that matter. So social media is not social media anymore, right? So it has become one of the way of communicating with the clients, with their prospect customers. And if we talk about, they also have, a lot of banks have enabled chatbot service in the social media page itself. You talk about LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram now. Let's say if you talk about video, instead of now, if you talk about YouTube, YouTube is not a normal content consumption for the consumer these days. But for the BFSI sector, it has become one of the main, communication way of, let's say, they created a lot of, I guess HDFC has also created a couple of short video apps, short video content for the user who are interested to, or let's say they are just starting their financial career as of now, right? So they prefer to go through YouTube channel, and they're trying to communicate there itself. And definitely you have links below where you can connect with the customer supports. You talk about mobile apps, because obviously I was listening to Ishank as well this morning, and because UPI has actually changed the complete way digital payment used to happen, 3 years, 4 years back, right? 10 billion transactions, that's a phenomenal thing. And I think that the way BFSI segment is tapping digital ecosystem is commendable.
So, Jahid, you can introduce yourself, and then, we were talking about what are the big digital channels for your business and for BFSI as an overall sector.
Cool. Hi, guys. Sorry for coming late. My name is Zahid. I head digital for HDFC Bank. Thanks for that nice validation also. Okay. So I think major channels, how it has evolved will be, so I think the fantastic one is, first of all, the way we kind of categorize, right? First, if it's Toma, the couple of things that has really evolved is to create my top of the mind recall for my products or for my brand. One is significantly influencer marketing. But what will depend is how are you leveraging influencer marketing? It cannot be run of the mill. Okay, how are you doing it differently? Is it standing out? That's significant. We have done some phenomenal campaign. I don't know how many guys have heard of Vigilante, but then Vigilante kind of did some, when we did a brand track understanding, the kind of growth that we had from a Vigilante campaign, which was a completely anti-fraud driven campaign, and that's the kind of challenge that we are facing, was significant. So influencer is one that helps us to grow Toma. Second is obviously YouTube, right? The way YouTube has come up in terms of share of voice, especially, and with the packs that have come in, which is like, let's say for me, the entire auto loan pack, for an auto loan product, the entire auto influencers pack, 100% SOV is significantly important than just doing a customer-led video through view or reserve buy. So that's something really helping us at a Toma level. What I've done is, but when a traffic comes in, what's grown up significantly is my remarketing. And what, if you remember, what we used to do is a lot of cookie-led remarketing. Even if it's a programmatic remarketing, we have stopped that. Remarketing, WhatsApp and SMS is doing killer stuff over there. Okay, so what we think is Toma is more of a, like, let's say, outward driven. But once a traffic has come in, the kind of communication that you do, the remarketing that you do, and there are a lot of science in terms of what is getting remarketed and then leading to nurturing-led remarketing. Okay, but WhatsApp and SMS is doing a fantastic job in that. I think that's how we are kind of weighing each of the channels, and these are the 2-3 things that's kind of really helped. The other part is obviously Meta. I was amazed to see how Meta, which actually used to be more of brand-driven, how it has started doing performance-driven is a significant aspect. In fact, a product for auto, it's actually beating, the cost of my CAC is actually beating Google search at times. So not endorsing anything at this point of time, but I think it's kind of, the signals that Meta is passing is brilliant intent. But yeah, a lot of the channels mix are changing.
All right, so for me, it's organic all the way. I'm biased though because I run a search, an SEO agency. But the fact is that the search volumes have just gone through the roof over the last 3-5 years, right? If you look at, the set of keywords that represent personal loan as an industry, the search volumes have grown by 46% over the last 3 years. Gold loan has increased by 1,460%. Health insurance has grown by, again, 44-45%. Fixed deposits has grown by 100% in 2 years. So the search volumes, whether you're looking at lending, whether you look at insurance, investments, the search volumes have just gone through the roof. So it's an absolute no-brainer to invest in organic. The other thing is that, the demand for financial products, but also the demand for financial literacy has increased. Right? So the consumers are doing a lot of research online. And if you consistently show up in organic search results, it goes a long way towards establishing trust with your brand. So the ones who sort of recognize the potential of organic and have invested in enterprise SEO, optimizing for thousands and thousands of keywords are actually able to drive a ton of traffic. And I think everybody understands that organic traffic, the quality is extremely high. If you're disbursing personal loans, then your traffic to lead ratio, your lead to disbursal ratios are significantly higher. But more interestingly, your average disbursal amount is even also higher. So I think that makes a very, very strong case for organic.
If I can just add one more thing, I think, at least my experience and across categories has been that in digital marketing, the cost of acquisition for your first customer is largely net negative, right? You're never making money on your first customer or your first transaction. And that is true literally across most categories. So then it's a function of you're a multi-product business like a bank that you can, kind of cross-sell, upsell other products. So that is one part where your email marketing and WhatsApp and whatever else will comes in. But the other thing, and to supplement the point of organic, is therefore, whenever you're running digital marketing campaigns, especially at an aggregate level, you need to have a certain balance of organic and digital share. And unless you have an organic share of around 40 to at least 55%, your digital marketing will never kind of stand on its feet. And at some point, some CEO will say, boss, you've cut down the budgets and so on. The other last point is that I think today, wherever or whichever channel customers buy their products on, they will always go and do an organic search to know a little more about the product, which again kind of validates the whole point of organic, right?
Absolutely.
So this is, I think, very interesting, right? So probably I just want to take this forward a bit further. Is that how do you in various BFSI sector, but probably for your business or related business, you can talk about that. How are you building that 40-45% organic as a channel, and then making your digital efforts, marketing efforts more profitable?
Yeah. So I think let's take right now, right? You would see there are all these Myntra, Amazon, everybody's doing some e-commerce sale or the other. But all of them are, in a sense, advertising either on television or connected TV or any of the other things, because at the end of the day, you have to, the brand funnel still works. You have to get a basic degree of awareness, get a basic degree of consideration. The more serious the category, or the bigger the purchase, the ticket size, or the period, like in the case of insurance, you will find that the customer is actually kind of looking at 2 or 3 products or brands and then taking a decision. So therefore, the role of organic, whether it is through content, whether it's through SEO, whether it is through videos, whether it's through influencer marketing, whether it's through TV brand campaigns or YouTube campaigns or whatever, is actually very, very important. And again, I'll emphasize that unless you have a 40, 45, 50% share, you will not have a scalable digital campaign. You hear of so many startups where they acquire X number of customers and, and ultimately they don't last, right? Because the model works only if you have a decent enough share of organic to to digital.
And earlier, the biggest channel was TV, right? Now, has it changed? How? Just some flavor on that as well.
Yeah. So again, that's a function of, I would say, different businesses. If I talk of our business, like I said, I think if I talk of the SBI group per se, and while SBI is like a, and each of the subsidiaries are actually deemed as private sector companies, and we operate absolutely standalone, but they are literally some of the best examples of cross-sell and upsell, because you're able to take that franchise of customers and are able to migrate them across different categories. And if you look at financial services, the main thing is people buy into a brand or a mother brand. So whether it's ICICI and HDFC and SBI, that's how you're able to successfully kind of migrate and be a leader or be a contender across various categories. Because these products are large ticket, they are over longer duration. The proposition fundamentally is around trust and delivery. And therefore, once you form or you have a good experience with one, you would typically kind of stick with that, right?
So, Azmat, you talked about, when someone opens an account and how do you activate that and make it probably a primary account, and that was a great insight, right? Now I understand why, after I open a new account, why do I get messages and, I've become more aware, but it is good, it's, and I would love to, some bank which is more proactive would, obviously probably win over for me to make that as the primary account. Coming to the acquisition, right? So, what are the acquisition channels for you? And, I think all the banks are now looking at, increasing the CASA, the current accounts and savings accounts in a big way, right? So how does that acquisition happens? That would be very interesting to know. Do digital channels help you in doing that? Do traditional channels help you in doing that? If you can throw some more insight on that.
Sure. So first of all, in terms of channels, it's everything put together, and every channel has its own role to play, including the traditional channels like television and all, which are about creating awareness. Digital channel can fulfill almost any marketing objective that there is, and also the offline customer engagements through events and all. So everything has a role to play in terms of acquisition. As a bank, we use all the channels. In terms of digital, similar to what Jahid was mentioning, it is across, and even for performance campaign, it's across organic, search, social channels, Meta, Insta, all of them put together. YouTube is a great channel for video communication. But one thing that I really want to talk about is it's no longer about marketing a product or a service. Now, in today's day and age, and also because the customers are changing, the customer, life cycles and everything is different. We are talking about the new breed of customers, which is the Gen Z and the millennials. And all organizations are looking at targeting them because they are the customers of the future. And the behavior of a Gen Z and a millennial is very different from us as customers. So there is a lot of changes happening, to align with the changing trends of the customers. And it's no longer enough to market a product or a service. It's about, giving a segmented offering, a consolidated offering to a customer, whichever segment they are in. So if I'm talking to the youth of India, if I'm talking to the younger generation, I am not only targeting my Youth Plus account, I'm also talking about education solutions. I'm also talking about, a debit card. I'm also talking about offers which are meaning for them. They also want things like instant gratification, and so all this has to be put in place, and you need to really give them segmented offering. And in that sense, we may even go beyond banking. In fact, I'm a firm believer of beyond banking. So we are no longer a bank, we are a partner for that customer. And therefore, I have to pitch in and even help with the other non-banking things through partnerships. We may want to extend educational consulting, career counseling. We may do a lot of educational workshops and so on and so on. And only with all this put together can meaningful acquisitions take place. That's my view.
No, that's a great point, because I think if you have to have new accounts, then Gen Z is very, very important. So, I will go to Zahid on this, right? So, a lot of my money is in SDFC Bank stock, basically.
Very safe, don't worry.
And I'm putting more right now, because it's obviously it's a great opportunity right now, is what I feel. And so, but as an investor, a question comes to my mind that SDFC Bank has been a leader. Now we have acquired HDFC as well. Obviously, it will create more efficiencies and so on. That's not the topic for today's discussion. But more important, is that as an investor, I would say that HDFC Bank, I am, invested in the stock for next 10 years. But maybe a new age bank comes in and they start acquiring the Gen Z faster than HDFC Bank, right? And they are doing obviously all the digital channels probably in a different way, which appeals to the Gen Z. So, probably you can throw some light around that as well. And it's not a question particularly for HDFC Bank, but you are obviously sitting from a point of view where, how do large private sector banks are competing with new age banks, fintechs, and how are they, kind of attracting the Gen Z from digital efforts?
Very interesting question, and it's not that we are not aware of the challenges. Okay, yeah. One thing that we are aware of consciously is the next Gen Z, Gen Alpha should not be looking at us the way we may have been looking at SBI. Sorry, no hard feelings. Okay, so that's the conscious feeling that we are trying to work from now only. Okay, because it's 25 years in the industry, right? And after maybe another 10, 15 years, it should not be the fuddy-duddy bank, right, which my fathers used to bank. So how do I change? And the change will not come by just talking about it. The change has to come from the touch, the feel, the overall ethos of the bank, right? And how do we go around everything around the surround sound? And that's a very conscious, in fact, very soon, maybe in a couple of days, you'll get to know the digital aspects of it. We launched yesterday something called, maybe I'll have to hold on to this whole conversation. You'll get to see in a couple of days' time. Okay. And so see, the whole thing is, today, briefly what he was talking about, the financial literacy in this country is least, forget about the developed nations, even in the PARC nations. Okay, so it's around hardly 24%. Okay. So the first agenda that we have to drive is how do I handhold people in terms of financial education. Okay, today my son was the school has been taken to Kidzania, okay, where I know that they also teach banking. So the whole financial inclusion, money matters. Forget about cards, forget about loans. To help people make sense of money is the first thing that we have to kind of ensure as a DNA, irrespective of the brand coming in, not coming in, right? Second is once you start growing with the whole culture of money, how to manage money, right? That's subtle if you are growing along with us, because if I am there in your passion points, in your decisioning phase, or in your decisioning phase of passion, because when you get up in the morning, you don't think of bank. You think of your passion points, and bank is just an enabler to it, right? So if I can help you decide during your passion points, like even if it's an international travel, what are the hacks where you can save money during an international travel? A lot of people don't know, and they're still carrying cash, or they're swiping their credit card when they go over there. A Forex card makes so much more sense. What are the advantages? Those are the things that I really want to kind of help people grow with. You take my Forex card, you take somebody else's Forex card, is not of my concern completely, okay? And that's something we want to change completely. That's the whole literacy part. Second is the entire content. When we are talking about content is not restricted only to articles or videos. Reels has come big, right? We have launched something very recently, something called FJ Monisha, okay? So financial jockey Monisha, and the way the FJ Monisha is talking about it, you guys can go to our Insta handle and check her out, is something that people should relate to. So what I'm saying is, let's understand the Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, where are they spending time? Each of the platforms have their own native advantages. How as a bank, we are leveraging it, leading to the whole stack. Now, P square, C square is everything is going around, right? It's presence-less, paperless, cashless, and then consent. So it's basically the combination of Aadhaar, DigiLocker, UPI, and then Sammati or account aggregators. So once, first of all, people should relate to me, and that's where I'm creating the whole TOMA around content, okay, natively present in each of the digital platforms. And when people are ready, that's where the entire seamless experience has to come in. Yeah, and that's what we are trying to evolve to. And hopefully, some people might, competition or fintechs that you're talking about, they might be at an uptake at this point of time in terms of UI, but I think what we can be proud of is the quality of consumers that we are acquiring. I think that's what we're kind of sticking to. Yeah.
Right, and basically for Gen Z, social channels are important. That's why you are more and more there and with your content.
The discovery, so there is discovery and then there is acquisition. Okay, so what we are very consciously thinking of is the discovery should be as native as relatable. Personalization is everywhere, okay, but when it's discovery, it has to be as native as and as relatable. I cannot push myself into discovery, right? And then when it's acquisition, it has to be as seamless, and it's like fingertips and at the moment, right? So these are the two things taken care of separately. This is more of MarTech, the acquisition part, which gives you the seamless aspect. The discovery is more of AdTech and more of, let's say, my entire social and content spread that helps us to go about it.
Yeah, and if I look at my behavior, I'm not Gen Z obviously, but discovery is all on open internet, right? It's all on, I go on social, I go on YouTube. YouTube has been a big source of a lot of financial information, as some of us were saying. But then I also go and read articles, and there are so many good blogs and in-depth, if I have to go, then, I read about that. So, yeah, I think there are, and of course, meaning Gen Z is completely digital now. So they are consuming all these different channels.
A quick example, if you just do a quick thing of Infinia cards and Axis Magnus was doing good, just do a quick search and you will see the complete list of articles that we'll get in the third-party forums, none from us. But what people are talking about Infinia and how it is better than any of the cards in that segment, right? And that's what's all about. When people are looking for it, which card is the best, how not only the brand, but at least 20 other people talking about the same card in multiple different competitive model, that's what gives people confidence. And that it cannot be done just like that. There are a lot of science behind it, and how can we see it? Yeah.
And I think the competition is not just from, neobanks or, audiences changing. I mean, we're speaking about Gen Z. I think just generally consumer behavior changes over time. And it's when you look at search trends data, for example, I mean, what we do at our end is because we are looking at search data, search trends all the time. There's some very, very interesting data that emerges. I spoke about how personal loan industry search volumes have grown by 46%. But, what's very interesting is instant personal loan has grown by 126% in the same period. So there is a demand for instant loan now. There is a keyword personal loan chahiye. So Hindi searches have increased by 44%.
Can I just interrupt once?
Yeah, please.
All of a sudden, around in September, October, savings account, huge search volume. वो भी Hindi में. Why? Apparently, Google started an ad in Hindi. Like, it was a hyperlocal search. The advertisement was in Hindi. And one of those ads was saying, account near me. There was an Hindi thing. And the search volumes for those Hindi keywords kind of shot up. And that was leading to savings account in Hindi volumes. Okay. Also, personal loan under 20,000, personal loan under 50,000.
Exactly.
So I think search trends, forget about the algorithm what Google does and they tease us every day, but the search trends are also changing pretty dynamically. And that's what I think also is kind of, is very effective in how do we kind of keep a track of it, yeah.
So I think you have to have your pulse on the search trends. I mean, because that's a direct insight into consumer behavior. And if you have your pulse on consumer behavior and then, if you're I would say a proactive brand, then you make changes to your marketing strategy, to your product offering accordingly, right? Another interesting insight is, people are searching for personal loan for bad credit, personal loan for 500 credit score, right? And I know of BFSIs and there are, all of these loan apps out there which cater specifically to this audience, right? So I think one has to have their pulse.
So you take loan, you do the installments in a timely manner and you increase your credit score. Is that what?
I just have them ranked. I don't know what the business model is.
No, but people who get, let's say, unfortunately get rejected, that's where the nurturing model comes in. See, people might get rejected because of lack of awareness.
Sorry, meaning, is my understanding correct that, is that how suppose my credit score is low, and I take a loan and I plan to, and give the installments in a timely manner, and that will obviously help me to increase my credit score. Is that right?
Yeah. So there is a lot of chance, opportunity given to you to grow up in life.
It's good.
No, it is. Because I think a lot of us, that's what financial literacy is very important. 24%, we have all kind of maybe not given, avoided. That all shows. 200 rupees of something that has not got paid is also impacting your credit score. People don't know it. But what we are trying to do is nurture those people and not just say reject it and then kind of forget about it. And that's where if they can grow along with us in helps of nurturing, the brand love kind of really grows. And that's something we're trying to do consciously. And it's your helps really. Yeah.
Great. I think this might be one of the best insight for, So I think, I'm picking up some, threads here. So obviously Gen Z, what channels they are on, and things are changing very quickly as well. Plus, when a financial institution acquires a consumer, then they are able to nurture the consumer, right? And so obviously data and data analytics plays a very, very important role, right? And most of the financial companies would have a lot of data about their consumers, right? And they would be able, and I would, I would say it's a good thing because, I would always want to have a personalized service where, by analyzing my data, if my bank or my financial institution can advise me better to manage my money, I would love to have that kind of advice, and I get that as well, right? So, so again, we talk about acquisition and nurturing, right? These two segments. In that, what is the role of data analytics, and predictive modeling for optimizing BFSI marketing campaigns? And maybe we can start with you, Sarvesh, on this question.
See, again, everything that we do on the organic side is all data-led, right? So for me, data analysis is very, very important. We do AOP planning for our customers. So, we look at trends for the last 2-3 years. However, the search volumes of personal loans increase. It's increased by 10-15% year over year. So we are able to predict that next year also it's going to increase by a certain amount. So yeah, absolutely, data analysis, predictions, very, very critical to the overall process. And again, I'm repeating myself, but if you've got your pulse on the trends, if you're optimizing your content, you're offering to meet those demands, then you're likely to succeed, right? So again, search trends reveal that, for example, search volumes for app-related keywords, personal loan on app has increased by 167%. When we first started doing SEO, we were doing just data crunching for, desktop search volumes and mobile search volumes. Now we are actively looking at app marketing and looking at, what are the search volumes on Play Store and what are the search volumes on Google for app-related keywords. And we are seeing that, consumers are more and more downloading apps and using apps to transact, right? So I think all of this comes from data analysis, predictions.
On predictive modeling, at South Indian Bank, we do a very interesting, this on predictive modeling, of course, powered by AI and all. So there are, for the liabilities set of, which is your accounts, there is a propensity modeling which happens, which is, to simply put, just simplifying it, is the model kind of identifies your most potent cohort who is likely to avail a specific product that you're trying to promote. So if I'm trying to promote FCNR deposits, even within the NRI segment, I'm identifying that segment who is most likely to do. So this is what the predictive modeling using AI does, basis on a lot of triggers, mostly internal, which is financial transaction led, but some external triggers are also integrated. So this kind of, the idea and what this tool, what this modeling throws out is most likely, least likely, and it gives you that segments. And you can actually get that 25-35% of your customers who are most likely to, 80% of your sale can be fulfilled by this segment. So even for the bank, it's very effective, more cost effective. You're doing targeted communication to the respective Customer gets a very relevant messaging in the right moment when they need that service. So this really works for us.
So do you use this for, communicating to them through a marketing channel, or they're your existing consumers, so you don't need
No,
to do
they
that?
are existing customers, but we have a host of channels which we use even for existing customers. So those channels, all of those channels are being used. The second thing is for assets, which is the loans, where we are using the predictive modeling technology. We are identifying likelihood of default, not so that we don't give them a loan, but to identify the customers who we can give a pre-approved loan offer. Like he said, people want personal loan in the instant, and also using this through both internal and external triggers. Of course, credit score is a big one in that, and their behavior, where you can figure out that this set of customers, you can give them a pre-approved personal loan. And using the app, they can get it instantly. In 10 seconds, the amount gets credited to your account once a pre-approved offer is given to you. And the third thing that we do through predictive modeling is our collections strategy, which again, let's say a customer is a defaulting customer, not paying on time. Even within that, through a lot of this, we can identify the level of this, and our strategy of collection is based on that. So this has worked really well for us.
If I can just quickly say a few things. So I think, like I was mentioning, at SBI General Insurance, we are in the insurance business, the risk management business. So acquiring a customer is just the start of the journey. We do a lot of work on the risk management, the modeling, and using the data and analytics to serve up the right pricing. And I'll just give two examples of how we operate. So one is we operate at a portfolio level. So depending on what channel we have acquired the customer from, geo mapping, etc., segmentation, occupation, bunch of it's a multivariate kind of analysis. We are able to actually assess that this is how the portfolio will kind of figure profitability, right? We know what the loss ratios are in the first year, and then we are able to predict how that will kind of play out in the next second, third year. And we actually use that for dynamic pricing for the second and third year. So that is a very, very key part, that once you acquire a portfolio and you keep churning data on it, you are able to use that for repricing. Second is we use that for cross-sell and upsell. And that part has been really, really kind of helpful for us, because we are able to, again, using a bunch of tools, cross-sell, benefits which actually make sense for the customer, and therefore the offtake rate is very, very high.
Great. Okay, so I think, just quickly, last 5 minutes we have, our time is actually up, but I wanted to conclude it. So, two thoughts here. So one is, when you're looking at your digital campaigns, what are the KPIs by which you measure the success, right? And, on data-driven digitization and the whole technology piece, a concluding thought. Very quickly, maybe we can start with Ratin, you. Okay, we can start with Savesh.
See, again, organic, the metrics are very obvious. I think, you look at rankings, you look at traffic. We are always trying to tell our clients that organic click is so much cheaper than, the paid click. So we take out the CPCs for organic, and it's a no-brainer. So similarly, cost per lead for organic is so much cheaper. But like I was saying, encourage my customers also to take out, your traffic to lead ratio, your lead to dispersal ratio, or, if it's an account opening, then, account opening ratio. And you're able to see that your percentage of active customers, I think those are the metrics to look at. And, if your organic campaign is effective, then I think it sort of beats all other mediums on all of these metrics.
So quickly, across the IDA model, TOMA, I think let's move beyond BLSs. It's organic search query.
Let's go beyond, sorry.
on the TOMA level, which is the completely, if it's a brand-driven campaign, so is any kind of, be it ATL, be it your digital, how is it helping in your search organic queries leading to traffic? If it's consideration, okay, if it's consideration, also in TOMA, non-brand query growth, not only brand query growth, how is it coming to you? Consideration is all about CRO, and my entire optimization in terms of stickiness and conversion from my traffic to business, consider, and my acquisition is all about, first is CAC, and then is about lifetime value. That's what our thing is.
Yeah, so Siddharth, for us, because we are promoting a lot of BFSI clients, I personally feel I keep on talking to them, and I realize the key factor for them is eventually LTV. Whatever, even if you talk about the basic key metrics, definitely one thing is definitely if you're able to do that kind of audience segmentation, you're able to match those souls, like-minded souls, I would say, and you're able to cross-sell them. If the LTVs are increasing or not, and definitely, talking about the same things, websites and, increasing CPS.
So, Jahid already touched upon it. So, all of those KPIs are also what we look at in terms of potential customers. Cost of acquisition is the predominant KPI, and of course, relationship value. For existing customers also, because a lot of digital data-driven segmented campaigns are happening on your existing customer set, and I think existing customers have a huge value even for new products and services. You're like 5 times more, it's 5 times less costly, and 60% higher chances of getting new products sold to an existing customer. So we do a lot of aggressive campaigns there. And there again, the metrics, one of the key metrics is how many products is one customer having of the bank. Like he said, we have multiple products, and the target is to at least get a customer to have 3 or more products. So we popularly call it P2C, product to customer. And of course, in terms of balances, transaction, these are some of the metrics when it comes to existing customers.
So as a marketing head, I think the top 3 metrics would be, first would be the customer lifetime value, second would be the cost of acquisition, and third would be the volume of customers. I think those are the 3 major metrics to manage, and then everything else is kind of below the funnel.
Great. Thank you. I had a lot of fun and a lot of insights, and I have this idea in my mind. FMCG industry is, they are the benchmark for branding, and e-commerce industry is the benchmark for, say, performance. But what I can see is BFSI wants to be best in both branding and performance, in both ways. So amazing insights.
The only fact is you don't have a catalog level e-commerce marketing. Otherwise, I think performance-wise we are at par.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, respected speakers. I request you all to kindly be on stage, and I'll request Mr. Atul Srivastav, Group CEO, Laksh Media Group, to kindly come up on stage, please, to kindly give away the mementos for the same. Can we please have the mementos on stage? And in the meanwhile, we'll have a group photo as well with all of these lovely people. Let's keep clapping, ladies and gentlemen. May the appreciation keep coming. Let it not stop. It's been really an insightful session full of interesting conversations. Thank you so much. Let's give it up once again for this wonderful conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, speakers, for sharing some wonderful insights. Atul sir, I'll request you to kindly be on stage. We have a winner presentation and I'll request you to kindly give away the award for that as well. Pose the group photo. Wonderful, all smiles indeed. Thank you so much. All right, so we have one more winner presentation, which we missed earlier. For that, I'll again request Atul Srivastav sir, Group CEO, Lux Media Group, to kindly come up on stage. And in the meanwhile, can we please have the final winner presentation, please?
Congratulations, Amit Dhingra, Director of Acquisition Consumer Sales, American Express.
Let's give it up for Mr. Amit Dhingra, ladies and gentlemen. He has specially come here. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations once again. Can we please have the memento and the award? A wonderful moment indeed. Can we please have the photograph? Yes, that's right. Thank you so much, Amit sir. Thank you so much, Atul sir. I request you to take your seats. All right, so it's time for the final panel discussion of the day. The topic for the moment is revisiting the marketing fine print. In order to give you all a bit of brief, marketing fine print, as we all know, is very essential to ensure transparency and compliance with regulations in all marketing materials. Clearly communicating terms and conditions, including fees, interest rates, and potential risks to build trust with customers is of immense importance. Regularly reviewing and updating fine print to stay updated with evolving industry standards and legal requirements is also very essential. Accurate and transparent marketing fine print fosters customer confidence and loyalty while mitigating legal and reputational risks in the long run for this session. I would like to welcome Sapna Desai, Chief Marketing Officer, Manipal Cigna Health Insurance, Sachin Vashisht, Chief Marketing Officer, PaisaBazaar.com, Sujay Rach, Chief Marketing Officer, Novama Group, Lalita Naik, in charge Marketing NPCI, Senthil Kumar VG, Head Marketing and Branding, Bank of Baroda, Kishan Panpalia, Founding Team, Pepper Content, and the session will be chaired by Abhishek Gupta, Chief Marketing Officer, Edelweiss Tokyo Finance. Let's give it up for all of them, ladies and gentlemen, the final panel discussion of the day. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. The stage is all yours. We are ready to go forward. You all have your mics. Thank you so much. Please take over.
Is this the last session of the day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you to the organizers for putting us last in the day. One promise that we will try to make this conversation as interesting as possible. One more request, while we will try to make it interesting, I request all of you to make it interactive. So when we have opened the floor for questions, please participate, please ask a lot of questions. Please trouble all the panelists. And moderator, I'm not counting the moderator because I have the unique responsibility of staying away from all the responsibilities. But I look forward to a fantastic discussion today. We have an August panel with us today, compromising of insurance, wealth management, banking, payments, and somebody who is also providing the back-end support and providing a content engine to all of us. So it's a unique panel. While yes, the focus is on the fine print behind marketing and thing, we are not going to focus too much on fine print over here. And that's the liberty we have taken because we wanted to keep, as I remember I told you I want to keep this discussion, we really want to keep it engaging. So less on fine print, more on marketing. That's what the session will be today. So let's start. My first question actually is to Senthil. Now, Senthil, you come from Bank of Baroda. A Bank of Baroda is a bank which, in spite of its size, in spite of the legacy, is always seen as forefront of innovation, forefront of technology, doing a lot of new initiatives that really actually then gradually become the norm for the industry. And my question is might be a little controversial. How does this happen in a bank which is of this size, this legacy, with the perception of the PSU banks? How does this manage, and how do you create that environment culture within such large organization of innovation, of tech-led, of customer focusedness?
Okay, thank you. That's a very challenging question which you have posed. It was the start of the panel. Let me just give a background to our vision statement. If you see Bank of Baroda, our vision statement to be a national bank of international standards with augmenting stakeholders' value to the customers and other stakeholders by care, concern, and competence. So these values which we in our organization from top management, we drive a very strong message that the vision statement is not just a statement, but it's a culture in the bank. And particularly, if you see all this, the words in this statement is care for the customers, what the customer requirements are, concern, what are the regulatory concerns, what are the customer concerns, and then a commitment from the bank. So basically, in Bank of Baroda, we are now 16.5 crore plus customers we are having. And in a day, we are doing more than 7 crore transactions, of which 90% is digital transactions. We have 55,000 BCs who are business correspondents, who are serving the far-flung areas of the country. Not only that, we are technically a highly equipped bank, but at the same time, when I said the first statement, we are a national agenda is also there. We serve the far-flung areas of the country by not only technology, at the same time, through personal and human touch also. And if you see our account opening, we open in a year more than 60 lakh accounts. And almost 90% of these accounts are opened through tab, and it's not only direct by the customer, it's self-assisted. We have a large network of branches, 8,000 branches we have 80,000 staff, but all is not enough unless we are having the culture from the top that not only technology, but also the human intervention at all strategic points is very much required to bring the kind of service to the customers. And right now, if you see currently the market is so dynamic, so ever-changing. And at Bank of Baroda, you asked the first question that how you are managing that. We got to manage all the regulatory requirements, but at the same time, we are continuously adapting to the changes of the customer requirements. Basically, this I will attribute it to our strong management culture. From the top, we are given the freedom to think innovative, and we are, if you see, a forward-looking bank kind of entity. We are always been presumed by the market as a forward-looking banking entity. At the same time, we are largely governed by our very big, very rich legacy of 115 years legacy, and the entire government initiatives and other initiatives are being promoted by the bank. So if you bring it down, we are highly prepared for the technological requirements. We are doing a lot of innovation in the space of technology on the banking side, be it data lake, be it architecture, be it the latest artificial intelligence and how we are going to use the OpenAI technology and other latest developments happening. But at the same time, we are not forgetting that we have a very strong legacy and also a very a fundamental objective to service the customer in person also. This is supported by both technology as well as by our resources in field. That's what I said, the strength of the any big bank will be having this many customers, but the agenda and the culture is that is driven from the top. So that really differentiates our position in the market, that we are able to have bring to the customer both the mix of legacy brand as well as foresighted bank with doing a lot of things on technology side. If I'm answered your question.
So, yeah, absolutely. So you are actually essentially saying a vision and a drive driven from the top, backed by technology, but ultimately it's the front-end delivery that matters, and that's where the culture plays a huge role. Thank you. Thank you, Senthil. Lalita, you know, NPCI, you come from NPCI, and you know, you are into an organization or into an industry where the frequency of transactions is extremely high. The ticket sizes are fairly low as compared to other industries, but the frequency of transactions is extremely high. So I'm sure, you know, there's a lot of tech behind it. But at the same time, there's a huge human involvement by everybody who's doing a payment, because the payment is being done for a purpose. But you do not have the luxury of a physical infrastructure of a bank, which probably will give a lot of a lot of focus to the brand. So amongst this mishmash of high frequency transaction, high involvement, no physical infrastructure, backed by technology, how do you bring it all together? I can only think it's very difficult to do, but can you give us some insights as to how do you all bring this together?
So correction, Abhishek, our transactions range from 1 rupee to 1 crore.
1 crore on a...
Because we have products which are like, we have UPI, we have IMPS. In IMPS,
Yes.
you can go up to as much amount as you would like to.
Absolutely, yeah.
We have NACH, we have AEPS, we have RuPay. So our product range, so every digital payment that happens in India, there's a high possibility that it is going through our platforms. Very, very high possibility, of almost 90%.
Yeah.
Other than RTGS and NEFT, most of the digital payments that happen across our platforms. So to answer your questions, there is a mismatch. Absolutely correct. There's a very large human intervention that happens with us. We have 450 million users. Our daily transactions.
45 crore users.
That is the number we have.
1/3 of the country.
That's right. And
Okay.
we have, and if UPI is down for 5 seconds, thousands of payments in India, millions of payments in India stop. That is so our servers, our technology have to be top notch. So that is the first part of your question. The second part of our question is, how do we manage to ensure that the customer still, there is no face to our technology. It's not supposed to have one. However, the convenience, so let me give you an example. When you get into the rickshaw and when you scan the code, you expect that by the time you get off the rickshaw, the payment has been made. When the payment's not made is when your irritability goes up. That 2 seconds to us is extremely important. And you would find that across all of National Payment Corporation of India's payments and interfaces that we work on. Now coming to the human touch and as marketing, we do address a lot of consumer grievances. We do address because there's a lot of safety issues, there's a lot of fraud issues, there are a lot of awareness issues. We want that number of 450 million subscribers users to go up to as much as possible. We have to deal with smartphones, we deal with feature phones, So we try coming up with newer products which ensure, in fact, we recently came up with about 2 products which ensure that we go beyond smartphones, we go offline without internet. Some of our products are going to now start working without internet. You can transact up to 500 rupees on Litex without internet, anywhere in the country. So that is the kind of products we come. As marketing, my biggest challenge is that I have to still ensure that the customization of my communication is not missed, and it is still ensures that you feel special. So, but our different products have different TG. UPI talks to a particular age group and a particular, it talks to almost everybody, but then it specifically talks to a specific TG. RuPay credit card, RuPay debit card, RuPay on the go talk to multiple TGs. We have EPS, etc., etc. It's a multi-layered problem which we have to settle every day. And how do we manage it? It's simply that technology is very easy for us to work with because it gives us analytics, it gives us data, it gives us information. The insights of it is what we have tried to evolve over a period of time. We've tried to understand. We do it with a lot of research. We regularly do dipsticks. In fact, we have a very robust research team that ensures that regularly the market talks back to us. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes and no. The reason I'm saying no is, and I'm not coming back to you for a question. First point of this thing is, in our industry, I've seen many times, I'm from a life insurance business, there are down times that happen, logging in policy. Our advisors feel the heat, they're not able to log in a policy or everything. But I cannot even imagine what you said. Ki agar 5 seconds ke liye bhi, if that network is down, what is the mammoth effect, spiraling effect that will have on the entire brand? So I'm sure the CTO job in your company is not the most looked after job.
Actually, because that person evolves a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. But, one message I'll take away from what you said, and probably that message to all the fellow marketeers over here, is if a company having 45 crore customer is talking about personalization, then for companies like all of us, we'll probably do not even have 10% of those customers. And if we can't even think of personalization or start working in the area of personalization, I don't think we are doing our job as marketeers, because personalization is going to go way forward. So don't think that the size will actually stop you from doing personalization. Personalization can be done. And Lalita, probably I will have an offline discussion with you about what do you mean by personalization in your business. Talking about personalization, one of the backbones of personalization is content. Because ultimately it's the content that is consumed by the consumers, it is the content that is consumed by the distributors, it is the content that is consumed by the employees of the company. So my question to you, Kishan, because you work in the content field, while I wanted to ask you a different question earlier, but as we were talking backstage, you came across a very interesting concept that actually piqued my interest. You actually took a name of a term which was called as a lifetime value of content. Up till now, I was figuring lifetime value of customer, but you talked about lifetime value of content. Can you help us decode this word?
Yeah, sure. So I always feel that content as a whole, like all of us have been content companies. Like that's motto of our company as well. We say every company is a content company. We've all been selling our products, but before selling any product, what we sell to the consumer is the content about the product, basically. Now what happens is all of us in the wake of consuming so much content every day, forget the amount of compounding that interrelated content pieces do to an individual, basically. So for example, just think of it this way, right? I mean, when I look at paid marketing and when I look at content marketing, right, both of it together, the biggest disadvantage today that I have in paid marketing is it would stop the day I stop pumping in money, basically. And I think with the entire so-called recession wave going on, I think we see a lot of organizations, the new age startups, which are burning a lot of money across reducing their spends in the paid marketing side. On the other front, people who have done content marketing really lead to the core. I think I have Sachin on the panel. They're one of the companies who did content marketing much earlier in time at the mass scale that you did at, right? It has compounded so much over the last few years that today it's become, I think, one of the most prominent channels, if I'm not wrong, for you guys in this case. Content marketing is like that one term which is, it's like the one thing that compounds every day, basically. So if you're investing it, say, in today, 10 years down the line, I might have 10 of my web pages giving me the maximum amount of leads that I have. So the way people always looked at content marketing was, I won't spend on it because I won't be able to get an ROI as an immediate gratification to it like I do on my paid. But people forget the fact that you're not building for the next 2 years or next 6 months. So there have been enough and more examples. And I think the market has also evolved much about the last 4-5 years that we've seen ourselves, where this lifetime value of content is always going to be increasing. So effectively, your CAC that is coming out from content marketing, all of us are marketers here, I can use the word CAC particularly, is going to get reduced with every passing day that I spend on. So I think from an organizational perspective and that goal, that's what I actually mean by the term lifetime value of content. And I think see a lot of companies these days, most of people on the panel right now, I see a lot of us taking those initiatives towards content as well. Yeah, that's the answer to what you asked.
Okay, thank you for this. I'm actually reminded of an incident from a podcast that I was listening. This podcast was of the author James Clear, who has written the fantastic book Atomic Habits. Somebody asked him on, and he was talking about and now the concept becomes very clear to me. Actually, he had written an article on habits versus Newton's laws of physics. And he had written an article, it was an online article, and after writing the article, he actually forgot about it. And after 3 years, as he was coming out with his book, or as he was writing his book, Atomic Habits, somebody from CBS News got in touch with him because that person had read his article on Newton's law of physics and how it can apply to, and you can integrate it within habits. Because of that article, James Clear got an interview in CBS, and where CBS, when he got talking about that article, he also told them that I am going to write a book. And they said, when you write a book, the first launch will be on our platform. So the content that he wrote 3 years back was actually managed to help him launch his book in a much larger way in which he would have ever envisaged. And that probably is a perfect example of lifetime value of content. So thank you for this. I think this is a concept we as marketers need to probably put in our kitty of arsenal that is there available to us, that whatever content we put, and if we are smart about it, it can actually continue giving us dividends. Something like probably an advertising that we do and hoping that it is going towards brand building. A lifetime value of content is also a way to build your brand. Thank you for this question. Sapna, coming to a bilkul different industry that we are talking about, which is health insurance. Now, typically, this is an product which consumers buy every year because you have to renew it every year. There are some products which probably you can buy for 2 or 3 years. But because the customer has to renew every year and customer has to buy every year, I am presuming, don't have data with me, but I'm presuming there's a lot of churn that happens. Customers keep on changing their insurers, and they might also be probably not continuing with the insurance further. So in this part of number one is, I would like if you can throw some lights on how do you manage this churn so that your customers don't go away. At the same time, you would obviously be interested in any customers who are churning from other health insurance companies to come to you. How do you work on that? And probably if you can give us some good real life insights about this, can really help us.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Really glad to be here, speaking to all of you. And thank you all for not turning yet. You've stayed across the whole day. So a big round of applause to all of you. Yeah. So, interesting question, I think, when you talked about it. But, before I go there, I just, in terms of insights, I just want to ask in this room, I'm assuming there's most of people working. So all of you all have a corporate insurance, hands up, corporate health insurance. Yeah, who all have a corporate health insurance? That's it? Come on, really? Yeah, right, you would have. How many of you all have a personal health insurance? That's more than the people who have corporate health insurance, actually. So, it's quite a good feeling to see that. So I think the health insurance industry has really changed. I've been in this business now actually over a decade in this sector. So from earlier when people would say health insurance being a waste of money and stuff like that, honestly now I don't think people see it like that. People see it more like which health insurance should I have. The conversations are much deeper. Of course, not across India, we're still underinsured and underpenetrated. There is a segment of audience post-COVID who do value health insurance. Yeah, so I think that's, because I remember, you would have campaigns and advertising like, what if something happens, then you need health insurance. Now it's really about what if, scenario backwards, like COVID happens. So we've all seen that in COVID and, a scenario like that, anybody can fall sick. Because earlier the feeling was, oh, I'm not going to, fall sick. And now you know that any one of us can fall sick and have huge medical bills. So you have to pay and invest for a risk product because Indians don't really used to. I'm just saying there's a lot of change that's happening. So I think let's just park that. The point on churn, actually, honestly, yes, in the terms of fine print, we are, it's an annual renewal. So it's an annual contract. But in Manipal Cigna, we've had a very high persistency. We call it persistency. Very high persistency ratio. I mean, upwards of 80, 85. So we don't see that much of a churn. I think churn may be more if people just buy for the price. Now in a health insurance product, you're buying for the entire value and the whole relationship. So I think the way we present it or the way the relationships are built on the whole product proposition, on the network, on the service, and the entire customer lifetime value. So we follow the model of customer lifetime value and try to have engagements across the life cycle that we have with the customer. And I mean, we are hoping that we really take that number to a 90% above. So there will be churn because we do have some intermediaries. So we don't sell directly to consumers. So I have seen, so I also head digital sales where we sell direct business. In that, honestly, the churn is much lesser. You see churn happening when you're selling through intermediaries because, 1 year they'll probably sell here, another year. So that does happen. It's reducing, but that's a model that some people have. So overall, I think if, from the perspective of the question you asked, I think churn can be really managed in our sector by the value you provide the customer in terms of your products, in terms of your service, in terms of the experience. And the customers are much more evolved now. I think they understand the benefits and they understand the benefit if they will have a long-standing relationship because, things like, I'm assuming people are from the sector, like things like PEDs are covered, if you've been with the organization for 3 years. So you have much more benefits if you stick along the journey with any health insurance provider. So I think that's what I'd like to give a crisp answer.
Okay, so just probably I have a very kind of controversial or kind of a humorous question to ask you over here. Do you still encounter that mentality कि अगर मैंने 20,000 रुपए का health insurance लिया है तो मेरा hospitalization इससे ऊपर का होना चाहिए?
See, yeah. So actually पहले होता था, अभी बहुत कम है because I mean कोई hospitalization 20,000 से कम होता ही नहीं है. So it is a product that you're going to use in your lifetime, and all insurance. I think it's a beautiful product because hope you never use it, but many of us will use this product in our lifetime. And the equation is really good. I mean, the probability and the value that the product provides is, I think, I must congratulate all the health insurance companies for being able to, do this and still be profitable, because the amount of claims that, if you see the numbers, are very high, especially in a country like ours where we don't have the government ecosystem. So all the private companies are really taking their head on, being able to provide this service. And even the government of India, and I've been part of a lot of these forums with FICCI and IRDI, they've taken this whole thing of insurance for all 547. So for example, we are a lead insurer for the state of Karnataka, and there are various other companies who are lead insurers. So increasing awareness, giving the right product, making sure people, because this is the only fallback that many Indians have. So I think this attitude is definitely evolving.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm all for, you know, that facility. Like in life insurance, we say that although the penetration level is fairly high for life insurance, the problem that we face is under insurance. And I think it is upon the regulator as well as the insurers to ensure that this problem of under insurance and this problem of less coverage needs to be tackled, because when the time comes, not having an insurance, whether it is health or whether it is life, can be really, really, actually, it can cause a huge dent in the family's finances. Thank you, Sapna. Sachin, you know, you come from the asset side of the business. Yeah, and you also are from a company which acts as an aggregator and offers a full suite of options to the customers when the customer has a particular need. But, and it could be my perception, there is a huge product parity amongst all the options that you provide in front of the customers. So most of the time, the decision that the consumer takes is probably dependent upon the interest rates and the amount of the loan or amount of the product that is buying in terms of how much limit I am getting and everything. So is that the fact that product parity is there? And in situations like this, when there's a product parity, how do you create differentiation for consumers?
Very good question, I must say. It's right. When people are, seeking a loan, it doesn't matter whether bank A is giving them that loan or bank B is giving them that loan. They just need the money at the right time, right? But the time process, usually, people would want to take the loan at the lowest interest rate and in the quickest way possible. That मुझे आज 2 घंटे में पैसे दे दो, lowest interest rate पे I am happy. But the problem is, loan is a product where people who apply for it, they may not get it because the rejection rate is very high. So if 100 people apply for a loan, usually 30-35 people they get it.
Really?
The rejection rate is 60-65%.
You're talking about on your platform, or you're talking about industry as a whole?
General.
Generally.
At the industry, roughly for 35% people they get it. 65% they do not get it. The reason can be numerous because of the salary or the credit factors or the ecological factors, place where you live in, PIN code, the employer you work for. There are a number of factors. Right now, here comes the opportunity to personalize. Because with the help of technology, we have built a model. We call it chances of approval. Because when you, as a consumer, when you come to Paisabazaar and you give us your details, there would be 20 different options. 20 different loan options. And as a layman, if you do not have the right knowledge of personal finance and how the banking works, you would go, most likely you would go for the first option, or you would sort it for, on the interest rate, and you'll go for the lowest interest rate option. Now, the thing is that that bank may not approve you because of some or the other factors. And once you get rejected, you'll have to apply again, but each time you get rejected, the chances of you getting that loan becomes bleaker and bleaker. And that's why we, try to tell it to all our consumers that do not apply everywhere. Just come, compare your options, and then apply where your chances are the highest. And that's why we make the difference. Through the help of this model, and there are a number of parameters which have gone in, your credit factors, the other details which we are collecting, and we try to reverse engineer the credit algorithm of the partner, because we do not have access to it. Banks and NBFCs, they don't share it. So we have been in the market for last 10 years, almost 10 years. We have served millions of customers. We have roughly 40 million people who come to Paisabazaar to check their credit score at least a quarter, once in a quarter. That is and if I talk about the active CIBIL consumers, we have roughly 45% of them on our platform. So that is the kind of data which we have accumulated
in last 10 years, and we are using that data to help these consumers, because they don't have to apply to multiple places and, just feel dejected when they get, rejection. So we try to help them, and this is the personalization which we are working.
So your personalization comes from this insight that almost 65% of the loans get rejected, and how do you make it easier, or how do you reduce the chances of rejection?
Yeah.
Don't you face any problem from your bank partners because you are probably infringing on their proprietary, you're not doing it directly, but probably from your learning, you're actually understanding their credit policy and then figuring it out?
So it is not, so in a way we are helping them. If you are a bank, if I give you a customer who you anyway would be rejecting, so there is an effort, there is a process cost to it. I am filtering that consumer for you. I am just giving you the right consumer where the chances are higher. It's a win-win situation for you as well as the consumer.
Nice. Interesting. Very interesting perspective. I did not know about this perspective. Thank you so much. Sujay, first of all, congratulations on the listing of your business.
Thank you.
And I think you're hearing this a lot these days.
Thank you, thank you.
But what I really liked about is, everybody calls it a listing day. You guys called it the enlightenment day.
Yeah, we did.
I'm sure it's an enlightening day for all of us, including shareholders like me. So yes. But, we are in interesting times. The market's outlook is fairly optimistic these days, and therefore there's a lot of interest among consumers in the overall wealth management business. But your business is increasingly become digital these days. But at the same time, you also have a network of, I'm talking about your wealth management business, which is, if I'm not wrong, 65 plus branches across the country, and you also do a mix and match of offline services plus online services. Is it easier to integrate the two, or would you like to continue focusing on one and probably building one for scale?
Thanks, Abhishek, for this question. But, okay. So, how do I answer this? The way that we look at it is that we have to build our solutions and processes for the customer. Okay, and you're right, wealth in India is growing manifolds. It is growing not only in the cities that we are sitting and having our panel discussion about, but it is growing in multiple parts of the country. It's growing in tier 2, tier 3 cities where there is suddenly a realization of moving away from the traditional asset classes to more complex products, moving away from just about land, gold, real estate, and moving to, say, structured products, fixed income products, alternates for that matter, right? Now, while what we do is we actually use the tech platform as the backbone for everything that we do. But because the solution that we provide for that matter is very complex. I can't today, firstly, we are regulated and regulated for a reason because there's a lot of mis-selling that happens in this category. And we welcome any move that comes in from the regulator to ensure that there is complete transparency for what needs to be done with the investors and in the interest of the investors. So one is that. Second is, you can't sit across or advertise on television or on any other platform and expect consumers to understand what your products are. Because it's very difficult. It's not easy for us to understand how an alternates product for that matter will, work, and how will it actually give you more returns than the usual traditional products that are available. And that requires one-on-one interaction, engagement, multiple requests, multiple meetings, multiple interactions, and all of that. So you're right, we have actually more than 90 branches now across the country. We are expanding not only in like tier 1, tier 2 cities, but we are going deep into the country. We are opening branches in, for example, Dehradun, Kochi. We are opening branches in Lucknow. We are opening branches in a second branch in Gujarat. So if there was a branch in Ahmedabad, now we have a branch in Baroda. We have a branch in Surat. Things like that, right? But what happens at the end of it is that when a customer is onboarded, the onboarding is done through a tech platform whether it is done through a branch network or whether the customer comes DIY and, gets onto my platform through certainly, whatever we've kind of made them available. So integrating them eventually happens on the tech platform for me. But, for example, if I have come to meet you in Surat through a branch, okay, I have come to have a chat with you and understand your position with respect to your investments, your risk profile, your appetite, your current asset allocation and things like that. And that is when I kind of realize where you are, and that helps me understand what I can do right for you, instead of just telling you, saying, hey, here's a new product, why don't you buy it? So that's how the integration happens at the end of the day. So what I mean to say is that it's important for me to solve for the customer's need. Now, whether I do it through a branch network or do I do it through my owned platform, it doesn't really matter to me. Because at the end of the day, both of them converge and become, one data point for me.
Nice, nice. Since we have a couple of minutes left, I will probably do one question, because that question has been hovering on my mind for some time, and I'm sure that question must be in all of your mind also. I probably would like to get some insight on this. Kishan, these days everybody is talking about Gen AI. A lot of content is being produced through AI, a lot of content is being consumed as a result of what Gen AI is producing. Number one, for the benefit, mainly my benefit, and I hopefully somebody in audience also, just demystify Gen AI for us. What does it do? And just give us some real life examples of how Gen AI is being used in content and how can marketers be used. But please explain it very simple terms so that we can understand it. Yes.
Thank you. Hello. Okay. So, this question gets asked to me because I come from Pepper Content. We were the first users of GPT-3, like very first few users of GPT-3 across the world. We're using it from 2021. This is much earlier than what ChatGPT has come and given out. I'll ask a question to all of you, okay? Just bear with me for a couple of interactions, okay, with all of you. How many of you have used ChatGPT once? Raise your hands. Right. How many of you have used ChatGPT more than 10 times? Perfect, that's good. How many of you have used ChatGPT more than 100 times? How many of you have used ChatGPT for more than 389 days? Like 389 times, that's what I'm saying. It's been like once every day. Yeah, you've been using almost, yeah, that's one, right? How many of you really think your teams would ever be able to use ChatGPT every single day? Now, confused opinion, right? Now, I hope this is a very insightful gathering that's come out of this. So, generative AI, right? It's used in two ways. A Bain report says about this. It's either used directly as a service or it is used as a component of a different workflow that I was doing on. And this word workflow has just come up because all companies who have become cool and raised $1 million of funding on the Gen AI component are now started making workflows. So this term of workflows with generative AI has come up recently. See, the problem is, the question always was, will it be AI or humans? AI or humans, who will use it, how they will use it? I think it's pretty much clear that it will be AI plus humans. And I'll give you a very parallel example to this. This is what happened when a company like Grammarly came to the world. When Grammarly came to the world, ask any writer who was there back then, he used to think, my job is at risk immediately. See, Grammarly today, that is the best friend of writers in this case. That is how Gen AI will get integrated into your workflows. Now, just demystifying to what you asked exactly, for short form content creation, your marketing copies, your email copies to an extent your listicle articles, top 5 things to do here and there, Gen AI is helpful till then. But I think a lot of you who are confused here did not raise your hands because you thought it's not doing the research for you, right? It's not augmenting on the data of your own companies. It's not been able to ingest that data itself. We are still in nascent stages of those times right now. What we feel and what actually, I've been speaking to a lot of people about this, it will be your enabler for two things. One is going to be dollar efficiency. It's going to help you save a lot of money. The second is going to be people efficiency. When I say people, it's not going to take your jobs up, it's going to let you do better things and it's gonna augment your life by saving your time, increasing productivity that way around. This is what I speak from the text side of things in this case. But I'm pretty sure if I ask the same question to all of you about Midjourney, I'm hoping some of you at least do not even know what Midjourney would be. Right? I'm pretty sure I've been asking it around the world this way. People who know Midjourney, they would not know what a runway ML is in that case. People who would know runway ML would not know what a stable diffusion is that way. Because ChatGPT came mainline and it just got very viral, all of us started using it. There's a long way to go still. I think and just the last part of your question, right? How are companies using it across? Has any of you guys ever seen that film of Coke being made using AI completely? The Christmas film, that museum film across. If you haven't, please go and check out the YouTube after. No. I'm asked. Also, the museum film, there's this one film on YouTube. Please note it down and do look at it. After seeing the film, had you not known it is made using AI, you would have never imagined that ever it could be made using AI. It's just a bunch of 80 prompt engineers sitting in a room within 4 days making a film in a budget of $200,000, which would have ideally costed them $4.5 million. That's the kind of output and benchmark that's looking out. In India, I think we are still in nascent stages across. I'll give you a couple of examples of how companies are doing it. So one of the largest e-commerce giants in this case is using it for doing their product descriptions. A company like Flipkart for that matter, Airbnb for that matter, they're using it to make thousands of product descriptions every day. FSN, the description that comes in is one of the biggest levers for conversion from that page. A second company I would say who's using it really, really well is how people are using it for personalization, because that was the topic of the town in this case. I'm pretty sure all of you have seen the Shah Rukh Khan campaign that really went viral. The Cadbury campaign, there's a recent campaign that came in by Dark Fantasy, in which you had a face swap tech that had come in. You can be in the ad yourself, that has come in. I think that has got pretty much common still. I think the next thing is you would be able to create your own avatars and come in campaigns across. So that's like the next thing happening in this case. So, I mean, how people have been using it is again to save time and money. That's where I see a successful implementation of it. When people have told I'll use generative AI directly as a service where I just feed in some input, I get output and I'll use it every day, we saw the hands going down with every single passing day that we saw. So I think that were the 2 bits on this bit, I would say. We're in nascent stages, of course, a long way to go. But I'll conclude this by saying we were all in very different stage of life. The 1990s to 2005, there was this IT services revolution that went out of India. There was this Infosys and TCSs of the world that were made then. Then from 2005-6 to 2018, there was a SaaS revolution that happened in India. There were so many SaaS products built out of India. Companies like Freshworks went public globally. Indian products were never looked at as subpar products in the world now, in that case. This 2018-19 to at least till 2040 is going to be that AI revolution. That's going to come in for sure. People who are looking forward to it, each one of us at some point in time have definitely spoken about how we can use AI in our companies, not just in marketing, but in some point in time another. BFSI always I have seen is the last lagger to a trend like this because of the compliance and data and security purposes in that case. But I think global players have started adopting. There's a Goldman Sachs on the other world who has made their own LLM. There is a Chase & Co who is making their own LLM. There's a Bank of Scotland who has already made their LLM and they've made it public for other BFSI companies to buy it in that case also. So we are on an interesting cusp. I think 10 years down the line, we'll be sitting in the same room having this discussion. The discussions would be much different than what we have today. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Kishan, so much for this unique perspective and very informative. We have come towards the end of the session, and while yeah, I know we are a little over time, but I'm just taking the liberty that if you have any questions, all of our panelists will be happy to take it. So if there's any question, we would take it, or we are available here after this session. We can take it offline also. I leave the discussion to you. Yes, ma'am, please.
Hi, Kishan, my question is to you again. So with more and more usage of generative AI, where do we see the lifetime value of content now?
I was expecting someone to ask that question, so thank you so much for asking that. Again, it's the same thing, right? Content, it's very generically looked. I personally feel, I'm sitting here when I have sold more than 2 million pieces of content myself. So I can tell you for sure how people look at content themselves is very difficult and very different. there's some pieces of content that you have to make for the sake of beating the algorithms out. And there's some content that you have to make for the sake of your compulsion. A lot of that can be created by Gen AI. But if you are asking that, will we be able to create a thought leadership piece of content across? We won't be able to. There's a human needed who can use Gen AI to augment on what the skeleton of that article would be, create that, let it go. Similarly, with Midjourney, Runway ML, across any format of content. The lifetime value of content, a big question to that extension is, will AI content rank on SEO? Is the question that people ask. And if that's the case, everyone will have lifetime infinite of content in that case. Yes, we are going to go into that era. I personally feel that, but I think Google has now released the norms pretty much clearly on saying that the content written with any means doesn't matter. They won't ever contradict their own bard. So, of course, that way around. But I think the frameworks are pretty clear on what will rank and what will not. And I can absolutely say that it's a myth that AI content won't rank. It ranks. I mean, trust me with the fact it ranks because you're making it rank. So.
No, it's not about ranking. What I'm trying to ask is, see, more and more people using AI.
Yeah.
And obviously similar content being generated. If one wants to, give financial literacy for that matter.
Yes.
And, getting those terms from AI and then, putting it on the website. Now, every person wants to put that on the website. Where does that lifetime value of content hold place then for across, platforms and across brands?
So the answer to that again is the same, that humanization approach of having that uniqueness to the content that you're creating. If you're just dependent on AI to put in 4 prompts and get an output, of course you and I can have the same output and you can put on our own websites.
Correct.
In that case, that humanization aspect of how it can help us create the content faster is where AI will come to picture. Do we 100% depend on that? In some cases, yes. In most cases, no. So my answer to that would
I
be
think
yes.
it's safe to say that, AI will not replace humans, but definitely humans who don't know how to use GPT.
I'll just add a small bit here. He's right. AI will not replace humans. It will just add on to it. It will be, a module in the process flow. Now, as long as the lifetime value of a content is concerned, it is not only the quality of content, it is also the distribution of the content. And when everyone is writing through AI and you have standardized something, and let's assume that there is no human angle in the quality of all the articles and all pieces of content are similar, more or less, then the onus is on other factors. There are 100 plus factors which determine the ranking of your content piece on Google and on any search. And search is the largest distributor of content. So then you'll have to work on the other factors if this is at par.
Obviously, yeah, that other factors come into play because organic search eventually, pays off. That's what we saw. Lifetime value when we are talking about. We are talking about content that will go on for a long time. And will not stop, after the paid search is on.
Yeah.
So, or off rather than this. So that's how it is, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I would thank all my co-panelists for a wonderful discussion. And hopefully for the audience, we were able to make it interesting for you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much, respected panelists and speakers. Let's give it up, the final session of the day, the final panel discussion. We can be a lot louder. Thank you so much. I request Mr. Deepak Khurana, co-founder and CEO of VServe, to kindly come up on stage to kindly give away the mementos. Let's have the mementos on stage, please. I believe we can continue clapping a lot better, a lot more. Thank you so much. I think this was truly the most fascinating session to call it off. Thank you so much, respected speakers. Once again, can we please have a final group photo for the moment? And loud cheers, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Request you to kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you all have been a fantastic audience. Thank you so much for being so kind, warm, and patient throughout the day. Can you please clap for yourselves as well, please? I believe you all have been a fantastic audience. Thank you so much. I request you all to kindly step out and re-register yourselves for the awards that's happening later. Thank you so much. This is your host, Shubhoji, signing off. I'll see you very soon. Thank you so much.